Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, February the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check and let me know if you can see my screen? A couple of yeses. Thank you very much, Goldman and Bob D. So yeah, incredible excitement with this VXRT. Now, I'll freely admit, I actually traded this one late yesterday. It was around 345. It held 20, so I took a little bit of this. I traded out of it. Then this morning I'm watching it, and just like Real says, the initial press release that they came out with, if you look right here, Vaxart announces positive preliminary data. Okay, that was the initial press release, and it spiked up. I'm going, wow, this is really going to take off. I wasn't in it anymore, and then all of a sudden, a secondary release came out, and kind of what Real is talking about, did not generate neutralizing antibodies among participants. Look at the drop. So you have to understand, I mean, this hit almost $25 down to $11 now. Now, I did take a little short on this one, right around, just under 20, covered some here and here, did not get enough. You never have enough when a trade is working in your favor, but still, just an amazing reaction initially to that news. And then again, seconds later, that's what I saw anyway, a kind of a secondary press release came out. Because if you look at this first press release, I don't believe it talks about, I may be wrong, but I don't believe it talks about that second part about not generating neutralizing antibodies. So anyway, my goodness, there you go. I mean, there's maybe support down around 9. It's amazing, though, some of these moves. Just amazing. Now, there are other things happening, believe it or not. Now, huge buy here, guys. If you have been in this room for a few years, you remember when cannabis just started to get some notice? This was sort of what we consider the granddaddy of them all. I think they had other drugs in their pipeline, but they definitely were involved with cannabis, GWPH. And, you'd have to go back a few years. Here's a spike up to $116, and then it fell. Anyway, big news for this company. They got bought out by Jazz. Look at the pop. 47% premium, up $69 GWPH. So, cannabis sector is hot again. Take your pick. There is MJ. Look at the ETF for the cannabis sector. So take your pick. There's AFA. AFA's up. Tilray's up. Cron is up. Zyne is up, ZYNE is up. So there are a lot of cannabis plays that are, and ZYNE could be interesting. There it is through the 200-day moving average. SLS, huge move yesterday. Continuation, at least it was. So now it's fading. Actually, it's fading quite a bit right now. This is shortable for me anyway. At Interactive Brokers, SLS, big day yesterday. Continued after hours, continued pre-market, and it's starting to give it up a bit. Positive data, that's all I've got. They release positive data. And here's another crazy one, guys. So Sina Global Shipping America, looks like a shipping company, right? So I think they hired some new guys, a CEO or something. I don't know if he's the CEO. Anyway, he wants to concentrate on, why not, crypto. We're global shipping. Why not concentrate on crypto? So that is what popped that one. But you look at this, 17. Now it's down to 10. Time, TYME. I think this is fading. TYME. Yeah, it's fading badly. I mean, they're up to $4, down to $3 now. Patent grant. This is a virus play. CRBP is, it's kind of holding, 315, 284. Again, it's had a couple of really active days. Choppy day yesterday. I mean, as low as 2, and as high as Excuse me, almost 3. All right, I think this one has faded quite a bit. VCVC, VCVC, another SPAC, and their target is, it's not bad. Their target is REE, an Israeli EV company. So it hit 1770 or so in the pre-market. CPSH. Again, another one. I see these early, but it's faded about $1 off. CPSH. I don't see any specific reason for it. I'm just looking at headlines. Don't see any specific reason for it, for the gap. SRGA. This is a play from yesterday. Had a pretty good day yesterday, and now it's breaking out even more. Let's see. Okay, 69 million in the float, so it's not a super low floater. I guess it doesn't have that much room. I'm looking at that daily chart now. We're at 236 here. There's a lot of resistance looking around the 260 levels, 266 level. So there may not be enough room for it to really run. AREC, another one from yesterday, I believe. Had a pretty good day yesterday. It got as high as 430. It sold all the way down to 330. And it got above that high of yesterday briefly. It got up to 460. It's a low float, 17 million in the float. So again, the big thing is kind of take out yesterday's high and keep going from there. If you look left after that, then the next high is around 5. We talked about Sino, ENLV. Okay, so another one of these ones that he spikes up to 18, is pulled back to 15 something. This is a virus play, ENLV. It is a virus play. Does not support the Indian stock market. No, just Canadian and U.S. market. Okay, I got a question from our YouTube room. This could be a bit of a sleeper, guys. SSL. Nice gap up for SSL. And it's not a low float. 560 million in the float. Where are they out of? South Africa. This is a South African company. But you look at this big gap up now for it. Look at it on the monthly chart. It has a ton of room. I've traded this one in the past. So this is a big gap up. Again, I don't see any specific reason for it. I saw some news. They said on the 29th they anticipate EPS to grow more than 100%. So, but that's on the 29th for that news. So this could be a bit of a sleeper. And this is another one that I'm considering maybe a bit of a sleeper. Keep an eye. Wow, it's actually moving pretty well now. CNHI is an earnings play. CNHI is an earnings play out of the UK. I say it's a bit of a sleeper because, again, look at the level that it's breaking out on the daily chart. I don't know where the all-time high is. I guess I'd have to, well, here it is. There's the all-time high right here, 1569. So, yes, last month the high was 1390, so it's a little bit above the high of last month. So, again, could be a bit of a sleeper trying to fill in this gap here. And that's the CNHI. And what else do I have here? Oh, I wish I had more of this. Unbelievable. The initial reaction. I thought this was going right through. I thought this was going to take out easily this high right here of 25 and just keep soaring. Yeah, I see. FUTU is surging higher. Tiger, I've got Tiger on the watch list. TIGR is on the watch list. It'll trigger if it takes out that 22. So let me just quickly see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Yesterday, the analysts were, I guess they were sleeping because they hardly had any of either. So let me just see what we've got today. Okay. Well, we have a few upgrades, not that many downgrades, so let me just get a few of them in here. BLNK guy is on the move here. BLNK is on the move. I'm hearing it. Well, one advantage of shorting things in the pre-market, you don't have to worry, as long as you have shorts available from your broker, of course, but you don't have to worry about that uptick rule, which is I'll never understand that. Never, never, never. Why does it apply once the market's open, but not in the pre-market? I have no idea. I don't understand the rationale behind it. But lucky to take advantage of it. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. I'm seeing a couple of downgrades for VYGR. VYGR. So I'm going to take a look at that chart once I finish these. That is VYGR. If I want to bring up that chart. Oh, that's the reason. I was watching this HYLN, Hylian downgrade by Goldman, HYLN. I was watching that pre-market, seeing it definitely some weakness. Downgrade by Goldman. Okay, so there is the HYLN moving down on the Goldman downgrade. At least it got down to about 16. Now, what was that? VCRA? VCRA? That was the one I was talking about. No. VYGR. VYGR. Let's take a look. VYGR. Let's take a look. I have a couple of downgrades for that one. VYGR. That's a lot cheaper than I thought. Oh yeah, I mean this looks like it's going back from whence it came. I mean, it had an amazing 2-day, 3-day run. It was a $10 stock, or $9 stock 3 days ago, all the way up to 25, and it's just basically coming right back to where it started. Gap and go? Well, it depends what you're talking about. If you're talking about from the channel bar, it'll be after 9:30 because there's a relative volume filter in there. If you have anything from the relative volume filter or using the relative volume filter, you'll get no data pre-market. But that doesn't mean what I do. I've got gap ups and gap downs that I do use in the pre-market. It just doesn't have the relative volume filter. What I'm going to do is just put my home page in here, and I'll show you what I use in the pre-market. Jason, so I'm putting this in for you also. Okay, there's my home page. So if you do click on my home page link, Barry's home page right there, and if you click on the scan section, okay, the scan section, these are the 4 that I use: gap up, gap down, pre-market up, pre-market down. These are my go-to windows for the pre-market. The gap up and go that you see in the channel bar, if that's what you're referring to, that has a relative volume filter in it, so you will get nothing until at least 9:30. Well, as I say, I didn't have very much of this VSRT, but the further it moves down, it didn't really matter. I have traded some out, but will 10 hold it? All right, how's Lizzie doing from yesterday? So there's yesterday's high. It had a big sell-off. Tremendous day for a while. 7-Eleven got up to 7-Eleven, sold off down to 5, so it's $2 sell-off. And now it's challenging yesterday's high. Yeah, Selb is interesting. I've got that. That's on the watch list. Selb is interesting. You know, it's on the watch list. I'm not sure I mentioned it, but yeah, there's the high right there, 483. So on that monthly chart, and then right here, 625. So I mean, in theory, this has room to run based on that monthly chart. It's not a low. Excuse me. It's not a low float. 72 million in the float. Oh, Robert, it's hard for me to know. I mean, you know, there's a lot of, I have no idea. You'd have to show me more information than that. VIAV. What you're talking about, a price alert that you've said, or I'm not sure what you're talking about. Hard for me to know things like that, you know, that are very maybe specific to what you're trying to do. All right, DT Dynatrace is triggering here. Also, this is actually a earnings play, February 3rd. Yeah, February 3rd pre-market. So released earnings pre-market, and this is basically an all-time high. Right there is the all-time high, 48.20. So it's a little bit above the all-time high. I can't, Robert. If you're, are you talking about auto trade? Like, what are you talking about exactly? You're talking about a price alert that you put on the chart. It's hard for me to know. The link to my page, The Security Lady, is right here. Barry's homepage, just popped it in. It's hard for me to get into detailed analysis, Robert, on something like that. You know, as I'm moderating a trading room, you know, that's something that you might have to send in one of the other traders who can look at look at the log and all of that. It's almost impossible for me to do it. Yeah, I mean, you can keep telling me, but you're going to have to send probably the log. Okay, you're going to have to send the log in then. You know, if you go to help and send files to support, okay, help, send files to support, then they can take a look at the log. I just cannot do that. Sorry. Well, you have to look, because seconds later, Joe, the news was not positive. If you scroll up, I don't know if it's in the stocks only. If you scroll up, you will see what Real posted. I mean, well, I can probably get the news here too. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, you're looking at this, the positive preliminary, but then after disclosing preliminary results. It did not generate neutralizing antibodies among participants, and I guess that's the key factor. A little bit, well, I guess I shouldn't use the word, but sketchy, shall I say, sketchy of them to release this positive preliminary data. Okay, that basically happened right here on that candle, that 2-minute candle, right at 8:30, and then like literally seconds later, they came out with a damaging press release. All right, I want to load my layout that I'm going to use for once the market opens. All right, and as always, if you do want to follow my watch list up and down, first of all, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. You will probably we'll get some alerts starting at 9:30, more than likely in this one. But if you do want to follow it, click from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List. And remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you load anything here, it'll just replace your layout. But again, it's not bad as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. And as always, I'll be eagerly anticipating anything that's going to happen in my moving higher with unusually strong options. No idea when or if we'll get any alerts today, but I'm sure we'll get some alerts, but and again, all that is available from my homepage. You click on my homepage link. And here are all the scans that I'm sharing right here. Click below to view my scans. All the scans that I'm sharing, including this one, the moving higher. All right. So just getting set for the open. Just going to put myself on mute just for a second. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's take a look at, let's take a look. I haven't looked at Sava. There's an absolutely crazy one yesterday. What's going on here? Okay, guys, market is going to open in less than 30 seconds. So let's have another tremendous trading day. So what did it hit? 74, 75, or it fell somewhat. Trying to come back a little bit. Wow, pre-market got all the way down to 55, so there's about a $7 or $8 pop off the pre-market. All right, we are now open. So let's see what happens. So we have the cannabis plays are strong. There's Zyne, a smaller one. ZYNE. You guys are okay. You're making me look. I don't know why, but you're making me look at GME. Oh my gosh. So VXRT now underneath 10. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, in theory, there's no real support, technical support, because this is says damaging news. So you can't really say, okay, well, this is support because, looking at a chart. Wow. Well, that's a short of the month, obviously. Only 3 days into this month, but man, on a percentage basis. See, I shorted here, covered some here, covered some here, a little bit left. Didn't have that much to start, but with this moving down the way it is, what I've got is still, it's basically made my day. Yeah, this could, I'm surprised it didn't get halted here. Now this will show up in my, it was actually on my watch list as something that I was thinking might move higher. Based on yesterday's, when I was doing my work last night, creating the watch list, but this will actually show up, but it'll be way late because it'll trigger, it has to be below yesterday's high or yesterday's low. Of course, it's way below, but nothing happens in these windows until at least 9:45. So. There, I did see clean energy. There's clean energy, guys. CLNE. Saw it in the pre-market. There's the high looking left. It's 12. Right here. Here it goes. 1265 is the high looking left. Where is there resistance if it can take that out? So we have to go back to, wow, we got to go back way back to 2013. Do we really care? Now, GSK is actually an earnings play. GSK is an earnings play. I'm going to try to keep track of some of these earnings plays. There's that CNHI, guys. This could be a sleeper. It's a UK company. Thoughts on Solo? It just can't, I mean, look, I guess if it can take out, it's just lagging, I think, the other ones, that's all. I mean, it's really lagging the other ones. I don't know what the other ones are doing right now. Yeah, I mean, look at FUV. I don't know what NIO's doing, but I mean, Solo is just lagging. It's up 3%, but doesn't seem to have the same following. Somebody asked me about QS. Meanwhile, CLNE, rippage, severe rippage. How is it looking? Ugh, not great. I mean, it's up a little bit, but yeah, I mean, this has been severely thrashed. Wow, 133 down to 44. Ugh. Not good. Not much more I can add to that. There's Lizzie, L-I-Z-I, L-I-Z-I. It is almost at yesterday's high. 713 is yesterday's high. If it were able to do that, and then look left on the monthly chart, 854 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart, so it would have a little bit of room. This is a little worrisome though. I mean, a huge topping tail. You know, again, what does it mean? At one point, that candle was green all the way up here, and the sellers knocked it all the way down. It did finish positive for the day, but remembering that it was up to 711 and they closed it way down here, $2 lower, so a little bit of an issue there maybe. It's a relatively low float, 33 million in the float. You know, the volume is huge, 54 times normal still. AVXL is popping here, AVXL. So this is, here's the high, 830 is the high way back here, back in 2000. Boy, this has got room, AVXL, another bio. Don't know what they're involved with, but nutrition and diabetes. No, sorry. I'm just looking at, these are general headlines. Well, guys, if you believe that cannabis is just going to keep moving higher, you know, you've got one AI alert. The index is breaking out. Index is breaking out. Let's take a look at it on the weekly chart. Look at that weekly chart. I mean, this is only 3 days. Look at that weekly chart. Alzheimer, thank you, Fred. I don't know if INO is dropping in sympathy with VXRT. I don't know if they were doing this, trying the same thing. VXRT was trying to develop a tablet for the virus, and I don't know if INO is doing the same thing. Okay, guys, there's Tilray. Again, I don't mind talking about it now. There's the AI alert for it, $25.98, almost $1. And you know, for those of you looking for swing trades, I mean, if you believe in what might be happening in the sector, I mean, this is probably something might want to take a look at. Tilray, TLRY. I'd be a little, you know, careful of the other one that the AI has, the one that starts with the letter S. And I see Sino got halted and then resumed. Okay. All right. Well, this is now. Listen, I mean, you know, trade it the way you want, but I mean, you earn it. If you could have got no problem getting it around this price, $25.98, and there's Tilray got up to $27.35. This is what I'm talking about. There was the alert. Here's your stop, and you know, taking advantage of the sector. Basically, it's a sector play. Look at Cron breaking out. I mean, this is a sector play. So I think there are obviously there are a number. It's political, you know. Schumer, Wyden, Booker announced plans to release federal marijuana legalization proposal. Whether it passes or not, but the other thing is GWPH. You know, I mean, they're maybe not a pure cannabis play, but they got bought out by Jazz. I just think, I mean, I know what you're talking about, but until it really, really, really breaks out, it's a huge float for a $1 stock. There are other people I know that have been trading Sundial, but till it really, here's another smaller cannabis play, Hexo, HEXO. Look at this. I mean, look at these breaks here. Look at the high 3 weeks ago, 782. So it's right at that level. So that's why I'm saying, guys, you're in these trades, manage the exits, manage these exits. You might want to take some out. I mean, anything that pops up so quickly is almost sure to come down a bit. All right, I'm putting an alert on SSL just around 1266. See if it takes that out a little bit later. Look at the room it's got. The next high looking left is around 17. Yes, maybe, what is it, 1670 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, I mean, it's got that room. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this SSL. It's a big float, but I have been in this one in the past. I think around this area, this is, many quite a while ago now, it seems, but I know I was in this one around this area and had a nice run. All right, time is back. That was a pretty big pullback. 412 got all the way down to, well, not pretty big, that was a huge pullback, down to 282. Moving again. This is a virus play, okay? This is a virus play, TYME. It's going to get interesting, a bit of a short on this one, the CPSH, but the spread is got crazy, so, and then it popped right back up. And Sino got halted again on the way down. I find, read the press release, guys. We're a shipping company, but the new hire announces new executive leadership to drive Bitcoin. The newly appointed chief operating officer will spearhead the company's effort to enter the Bitcoin mining. Why not? Nice buy in the time. I know somebody took that. Well done. There's the pre-market high. Let's see if it takes out the pre-market high of 410. Now, if it does that, 412 and 413. Yeah, I mean, if it can get over 4 with any oomph, I mean, then you're talking, I mean, the next highs are way up here around 740. All right, IJA. Yeah, that's a huge pullback. All right, I'll stick on a little around 322 for BTN, a little float. I haven't even looked at what the market's doing, so okay, little disconnect. There's Tiger, guys, TIGR, just at yesterday's high, I believe, 21.99, just a little bit above yesterday's high now. How do you turn off alerts? You have to go to an alert window, right click, and go to properties, actions, and uncheck the play sound. Okay, uncheck it. If you want to turn off all the alerts, there's a sound icon right beside the Brokerage Plus, in between Idea Surfing and Brokerage Plus. That is a sound icon. You can turn them all off. Okay, it's a toggle on and off. Mankind is active here. MNKD. So look at this one. I mean, it's taking at 421. It's the next high looking left on that weekly heart. And look at SLS, guys. Stella. Well, not Stella, but Celis. Look at SLS. And the high in the pre-market was 1420. Okay, just checking some. Okay, these are some of the alerts that are just showing up. Okay, you know, we've got one so far from the options play. I'm going to give it some time. I'm going to reset the alert. Put it a little bit above and see if it gets back up there. You know, it's pretty wild in the first 15. Well, I guess we're just past the 15, but just waiting on this SLS, guys. Again, I can't tell you to take the trades, but wow. Well, guys, we have a certified winner. Look at this, 12.15. Look at it. Look what it did. 12.89. I've taken some out in case it comes right back down, but there you go. Tell you, there's nothing better than the rush of being in a stock, and then it just zooms almost seconds after you take it. Now the pre-market high was right up here. Stick an alert up here, but you got to be quick on these, okay? I mean, look at the float, 11 million in the float. Don't dawdle. Meanwhile, clean, yeah, clean energy now, CLNE. See the Dow is trying to come back a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, the things that we follow are really trading independently of whatever the overall market's doing, which is what we want to do. You know, these are the stocks that we focus on. Wow, look at SLS. It has come right back. You got to be careful on it. You know, again, that low float. My marks here. That's approximately where I got in. There's an analogy that nobody will get. No, I shouldn't say nobody, but very few will get. Slippin' Jimmy. And there's AVXL. Yeah, 2.9 is yes, Fred. Okay, you haven't even had a chance to look at the other AI alerts. So you see what I'm saying about the Tilray, guys. I mean, early alert, you get an alert at 25.98, it goes all the way up to 27.36. You have to take some profit. You know, I mean, the AI right now has not triggered an exit at all. It doesn't mean that you can't take some profit. I don't know where it's going later, but so this is what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't mind displaying this. Look at the profit save. 24 gets out at 25.98. Basically where it was bought. You would never, ever, ever do that as a trader. At least I hope you wouldn't. All right, guys, SLS. Let's see. Can it take out that whole number? And AVXL, man, oh man, some awesome moves today on these little pharmas. Had a nice move after hours yesterday. Now breaking through. It's on a low float. There it goes, guys. SLS through 13. Briefly, anyway. Okay, I've taken some more out, guys. I made it prop through 13, got up to 13.15. I don't have that much left. May struggle to get through. Oops. It may struggle to get through this high up here. Whew. Darius, okay, so left click on a chart so that system knows that you're in this chart, and then just start typing, okay? When you start typing, you should see the change symbol box come up, and then click on change or hit enter in your keyboard, okay? So just left click on the chart and then start typing. If the change symbol box does not pop up, then press the space bar on your keyboard, and it should pop up, okay? Almost forgot I don't have very much of this left, this VXRT on the pre-market short, but it is still moving down now too. What a day. Well, listen, if SLS had not gone, I just have so much faith in this, in this scan right now. So I'm willing to, I mean, I don't mean I have to take the trade immediately, but I'm willing to really, really pay attention to anything I see in that unusual option scan. So, I mean, yes, it is incredibly whippy. Now, time, TYME. Wow, way above now the pre-market high. This is a virus play. It's not a low float, 63 million in the float, so it's not low float. Looking left, 464 is the next high looking left on that monthly chart, so it may stall there. It did, I think it got up there. Got a little bit above that. Lizzie, look at Lizzie now. Lizzie, there it is on the watch list. Let's see, 711. Look at all the action, guys. 711, 761 now. Remember, I said it wouldn't trigger unless it took out yesterday's high. Well, it did take out yesterday's high, and it did trigger. All right, Zyne, ZYNE is a cannabis play, so it is taken out the pre-market highs now over the 200-day moving average. Yeah, there's GBR. Okay, well, if you want to try it, 999 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Of course, this is one of the WSBers. Not really looked at any of their plays today, or previous plays anyway. All right, Triumph is an earnings play. TGI is an earnings play. Let's see, does it have room? Maybe not that much room. BSX is an earnings play. BSX is an earnings play. Just checking some of these earnings plays. SELB is almost challenging the pre-market highs. SELB. Look at the room it's got, guys. I mean, look at the room. 625. 625 and 633 are the next highs looking left on that monthly chart. Can you imagine if it took those out at some point? Then you're looking at, 17. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get here. Yeah, it's out of the price range. Good for you, Real. I can see exactly what you did. It's a earnings play. Out of my price range, but yes, I do, Grumpy. They settle down, after about 10 o'clock, but yes, I do. Tupperware, what's Tupperware doing? Yeah, nice. It's not it's actually, I thought it might have been an earnings play, but it's not an earnings play. Don't see any reason why it's up like this, but yeah, it's a nice breakout. Room up to that 38 level. Okay, so guys, I hope you're, 11 million in the float for the SLS. You cannot wander away from your computer. Okay, that's all I can say. We'll keep watching it for the balance of the day to see if it can take out some of these previous levels. Yeah, you guys have been talking about FUV. Wow, no kidding. Look at this. Nice move. Pretty high short float percent. WKHS, another one. Somebody asked me to look at Solo. A Solo, yeah, okay. It is moving. It's moving. It just doesn't have the same feel to it as the other ones, but if it could ever, I doubt if it's going to do it today, but if it could ever get above, say, that 926 area, then maybe start to challenge this area here. Yeah, you've got him pinned, Alex. That's exactly it. That's why I don't talk about pinning at all. Can? I'm sorry. I think you mentioned that one earlier. I can't remember. This is a crypto play, isn't it? CIN. Yeah, I mean, any idea, I don't know what to say. I mean, the next high looking left is about $6, so it's not that far away. So it may stall there. Wow, getting a lot of alerts from my watch list today. So let's take a look at this one. ANVS 1857, and this is an all-time high. Had, of course, a huge day yesterday. Continuation, and it is now very, very low float. 4 million in the float. So if you're going to take this one, you have to be awfully careful. Again, don't wander away. That's a very, very low float, especially for an $18 stock. Wow, ZYNE is just, wow, over 5 now. So let's take a look left. What do we have here? 468. Yeah, so I mean, 5 is a big psychological break right there. Next high in the weekly chart is around 740. This is a cannabis play. Ah, thank you for that, Foster. Appreciate that. There's another one with a high short float percent, guys. APT, looking left. The next high is 1635, so it's got a little bit of room. APT, of course, this is, call it a virus play, protective clothing, etc. We have a halt now for Zkin. ZKIN just got halted. Wow, look at this. So look at the volume that came in. The volume, it really hadn't traded very much, and all of a sudden all that volume came in, 125,000 shares. It just got halted. Zkin. And the next high looking left, once it opens, 375, so it's right at that point. And, whoa boy, this could be a huge open, guys, when it opens. I mean, this changes, of course, fluctuates, but what I'm seeing right now, okay, it was 488, now it's 425, now it's 449, so it's fluctuating a lot. We have to see what happens once this opens. Let's see, if it took out, what we have here in the monthly chart, 418. Yeah, I mean, now it's back down to 385. So this is what I'm talking about, in case you guys are wondering what I'm talking about. There's the halt at 375, but at one point this was 485, but now it's 380, 380. The bid ask. Typically these are 5-minute halts. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 20 seconds past 10:08. Again, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. The halts resumes. Yeah, well, Bassett, especially in the first half hour, anyway, it's wild and woolly. There's no question. It's very settle down after an hour. Doesn't mean there won't be any ideas, but it will certainly settle down more. All right, guys. So keep an eye on this ANVS. I mean, this is basing nicely. What's the spread like here? Yeah, it's not terrible. It's an 8-cent spread. You know, it takes out that high. This could have a run, but again, if you're going to do this one, remember 4 million in the float, very, very low. So anything can happen. But it's, you know, it's just took a little bit of a downturn. But I have an alert set up here, 1865 or so. See if it takes it out on volume, though. It has to be on volume. I got only one alert so far from my abnormal option scan. It was a quick one. You know, definitely a very quick one, but nonetheless, very profitable if you were able to get it. Just waiting for the next ones. Time is at 10:06, all right. AVXL, yes. Now, can it? Yeah, I mean, 10. Let's see. Where is this in the lifetime? Doesn't have to be a lifetime, but how far back am I going to? Back to 2016. So this is has really broken out. This is. Let me refresh my memory. Is this Alzheimer's? I can't remember anymore. Don't think it is. It is. Thank you. Okay, it is an Alzheimer's. Okay. Oh, and that's why. Okay, now I understand. I think somebody saw a post, maybe sympathy play with Sava, which of course is Alzheimer's. A little bit whippy, but I mean, on the AI alert, it is now working 66.50 on the short. You know, a little bit whippy, and you got to be careful because you know it's not a very big float. 32 million in the float for a $62 stock. So I mean, this can have some wild swings in it. Whew. Too bad I lost out of this one. This was shortable also. ENLV, there was a shortable one, but I've completely lost sight of it. ENLV. So, you know, at the lows right now, there's the, from the pre-market 13, I mean, it's still up almost 10%, but it is really swooning now. And what's the market doing? So the market is still a little disconnect. We've got the SPY up a little, Dow's down a little, and NASDAQ's up a bit. So a little disconnect in the market. All right, let's see if there's any volume, Fred, for that SNOA. Still no volume for it. I know you're talking about it as a squeeze, but not as a squeeze, but maybe something that could get going. I'll stick an alert at 922, okay? It's not going to happen today probably, but here are a couple of highs right there and back here. If it gets some volume, my next bike ride, who knows when that'll be. Well, I'm exhausted. That was a lot happening for me personally anyway, with the pre-market short of VXRT and then that quick trade with SLS. Just going to have some patience now and wait for maybe the next one from my option scanner. Okay, see what I did here, guys? I put an alert for ANVS up at 1865. I wasn't interested unless it took that out. And so now it's starting to fade. So that's why I did not take it. MRC had a great day yesterday. MRC, look at that. Okay, MRC, great day yesterday. Nice 2 days actually. Continuation now. Look at the room it's got. And again, if you're new, wondering when I keep saying look at the room, look at the weekly. You have to look at the daily, but next look at the weekly and the monthly charts. And when you see charts that look like this, I mean, here's this candle on the weekly chart. You look left, here's the next big area of resistance, at 1370. So it's got room to move if it wants to. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Same thing, look at the monthly chart. It's probably but the same area on the monthly chart, 1380. And here is actually a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. There's that green candle, red candle. The next candle is red, completely engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle, green. There was a bit of, so in theory, this is a buy signal. If the next candle is green, moving above the high of that red candle. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Look at Chivo, guys. Chivo, another, prominent one. Chivo now above yesterday's high, I believe, 1194. Okay, so the Zkin, this was a 10-minute halt for the Zkin, ZKIN, and this could get halted again. Look at this. Meanwhile, Lizzie is just severe rippage. Yeah. Oh, no, I thought Zkin got halted. Yeah, Zkin just got halted. Just got halted again. You could almost predict it, guys. When you see a move like this, you can almost predict the halt. And there it got halted again. So the last one was a 10-minute halt. Most of the time they are 5-minute halts, but you can see it halted at 20 seconds past 10:03, opened 10 minutes later. Most of them are 5 minutes if you check. Sometimes there are 10. Yeah, I'm going to go over that in about 10 minutes, Al. Yeah, I mean, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then, from the toolbar, click on live. I mean, I'll pop, if you haven't watched the video, you have to watch the video and how to do all that. Okay, so you have to connect. You would click on live, and then you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. See, this is even shortable. Yeah, it is shortable, actually. I'm not aware of any delay, but so I'm not aware of any delay between IB and B plus. Shoot, this one is really sinking here, ENLV. Well, there's we don't have really a business, like you might think we have a business or relationship with Interactive Brokers. We don't. We just, we chose them as, they allow us to connect to them. And that's it. So we do not, we don't have a business relationship with IB. So I think your question is, if you sign up with IB, will they give you some kind of but I mean, look, it doesn't cost very much. I know they still charge half a cent a share, but I mean, they don't charge very much, regardless. All right, well, there was the bounce. Obviously, all out of the VXRT. I know some of you probably played this bounce. That's a big bounce for VXRT. You can link it with Fidelity. You can link it with Fidelity if you want to know how. I encourage you to go to our homepage. And I know Bill is there. He's our linking expert. And you can just start a live discussion, okay? And ask, how do I link with Fidelity? Now, linking, I almost should start my spiel now. All linking does is it's a time saver. So when we're talking about linking with Fidelity and every broker other than Interactive Brokers, all we're talking about is a time-saving device. Okay, so when you click on an alert, if you've established the link correctly, it'll load into your broker's platform, and from there you trade it. That's all it is. That's all linking is. Now, if you're clicking on a lot of symbols like I am all day long, yeah, it's great. But it's not mandatory. Doesn't matter what broker you have, you can use trade ideas, okay? Well, again, it depends what you mean, will it work? If you get an alert and you click on it, it'll load into Fidelity, okay? If you're talking about auto trading, no. If you're talking about using this window here, no. We don't do futures here, no. Just stocks. I don't understand what you mean that the linking doesn't work, Al. I mean, you have to watch that video. It does work. It does work, okay? You have to watch that video, though. And if it's not working for some reason, then I'm going to have to get you to go to that home page and maybe get some help. Okay, guys, I'm getting a lot of questions right now about linking and stuff like that. So I think what I'm going to do is start in on my spiel, okay? All right, if you're new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put my home page link into the rooms. Okay, so here's my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Here's a promo code you can use for a discount off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. It's Barry for Alpha. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is what you'll see. We have, come on, down a little bit more. So we have 4 plans. Annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the premium plan annual is $22.68 a year minus 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over. That is the main reason people take our premium service. There are some differences, but that is the main difference. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can go monthly. Standard and premium, here they are, 118 or 228. You can apply that discount, and then the discount's good for the first month only, okay? We get a lot of questions saying, hey, how come I'm being charged 118 and 228 on the second month? That's because the discount's only good for the first month. More information on my homepage. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap. Usually do it around 1 o'clock, what's happened in the room. All my scans, all of my scans right here. Look at that, AVXL, wow. All my scans are right here, including, the one I really, really like, the moving higher with unusually strong options. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market, the gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. A lot of education right here. Here's an education link. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I really, really encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons. I'm going to pop this in here. Yeah, I think what he's talking about, Mike, is not is Brokerage Plus is not available with TDA. I'm going to go over that in a second, but or in a while. So if you click on the 20 short lessons, this is what you're going to see. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas, I think very clearly, concisely, easily explained. What is a top list, building one, alert window, creating one, etc., etc. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, I really encourage you, before you start pulling your hair out wondering, well, how do I even start? Take a look at this. Also, if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can take a look at it so you can get an idea about what we have to offer. Oops, there we go. So there's the 20 lessons. Daily support. Today is Wednesday. So for those of you, especially those of you who are interested in, well, I'm going to say auto trading, but using Brokerage Plus, you can go to our daily support session. It starts at 12 o'clock, 12 to 1, because Michael Noss will be in there. He is definitely our expert using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers. A lot of ins and outs on how to do it. You might have questions about auto trading, things like that, okay? So I will put the link in. I take a break at 12, and so Michael takes over in that YouTube room that I also monitor until noon. But I will put the link in before I leave. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday, so this is the webinar that I attend. The webinars are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. Today is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas, and I help out in that webinar. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, a lot of educational videos right here. And trading books and documents. The Tiki, I didn't even know we still had it. So if you see it, I didn't even know we still had the Tiki, to be honest. I don't really, there's nothing, I mean, if you've seen it, then you kind of know what it's all about. I didn't even know we still had it. That's such an old thing we used to have. Yeah, if you want to add if you want to go annually, the discount will be available. Yes, okay. Just tell them what you want to do, and make sure you give them the email address that you signed up for. You can contact Kelly. Doesn't have to be caps. Sorry, I just got my caps off. Okay, so just contact Kelly at trade-ideas.com. Tell her you want to upgrade, and you talk to me, and I want that 15% to upgrade to annual. Okay, and just make sure you give her the email address that you use to sign up, so she can look up your account. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, the ticky is just a snapshot. Is it under support still? Okay, it's just a snapshot. I mean, if you've seen it, I mean, it's just sort of a snapshot of, I think it's got some icons showing the position in the 20-day range and things. I haven't looked at it for years, to be honest. Do I recommend using the A-table scan? It's up to you. I mean, it's not the way I trade, so I mean, it's really depending on your trading style. It's more looking for longer term trades, I guess. But it's perfectly good. But I can't recommend it one way or the other. I don't use it, so. But the fact that I don't use it doesn't mean it's not. I don't. It's not good. It's just it's not my style of trading. Yeah, we should. We should. Man, oh man, that AVXL just kept soaring here. And this is shortable too, so at some point, this probably is going to turn into a short. At that point, I don't know. I mean, it's way above the channels. All right, guys, I do want to talk about the AI. Wow. Oh, that's a pretty good alert here then. 711, 879 now. All right, I want to talk about the AI, and we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. So out of those 50 baseline strategies, these are the strategies that made the cut, okay? If you're going to ask why, had the right profit factor, win percentage, and a few other factors involved, and that's why they made the cut. And this is what I would do in order to follow the alerts that you get from the AI every day. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. The AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, here's your window. Okay? So here are the alerts we've had so far. You always have an entry price. You don't have to take it right off the bat. Here is the stop price, and it's up to you to manage the trade. Okay? Now I use that as a watch list all day long. I have a certain price range that I like to trade. But everybody has a different way of using the AI. And the other thing is that once you load this window, then incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to go through that exercise every day of loading the window. Now, a word about Trade Ideas itself. We're a scanner. And first of all, it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, we're a scanner first and foremost. So, people ask all the time, can I use Trade Ideas with, ABC Broker? It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. You get an alert, and at the very worst, and I'll explain that, at the very worst, you'd have to type the symbol into your brokerage platform, and from your brokerage platform you trade it. Okay? So that's what we are. We're a scanner. And you can build your own scans. We went the route. Instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, what we did was we said, okay, let's create enough alerts and filters, and this is what I've done here. These are the filters that I'm using. I've got a price range, a current volume of 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times as much as normal, a minimum number of shares, etc. These are the filters that I'm using. So if a stock makes a new high or a new low with these filters, I will get a real-time price alert. That's why I'm getting these over and over and over again. Lizzie just keeps making new highs. Okay? It's pulled back a little, but that's why I keep getting these alerts. You, of course, and this is one of the scans that I'm sharing. You, of course, can create your own. And that's what I was saying. If If you right click configure, you're going to see that we have a lot of alerts. Here are all the alerts that we have. And if we scroll down here, once these icons change to this, here are all the filters. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. You can, for the most part, with the number of alerts and filters that we have, you can create your own idea of what you would like to see. That's what we're called trade ideas. Okay, so I hope that's clear. It doesn't matter what broker you have, we're a scanner. OGI, this is a cannabis play. Now, we do have this window here that is called Brokers Plus. And we do have a special arrangement with Interactive. When I say with Interactive, I shouldn't, not the company, but just the fact that if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window called Brokers Plus. You know what? I jumped the gun a little bit. We have a linking tool. Tools, external linking. Okay, so what that does is, and this is all it does, it's a time saver. If we link with many brokerage platforms, all linking means is this: when I click on a symbol, it'll load into your brokerage platform. From there, you trade it. Okay, it's just a great time saver. Not mandatory. If you happen to have a broker that doesn't link, well, it's too bad, but you can always just type the symbol in. Okay, remember, we're a scanner first. Now we do have the deal that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, yeah, Panda, I think it's going to be a while. There's just some more bugs that we have to, time delay and all that stuff. So I don't think it's going to be anytime soon now, unfortunately, for TDA. So we do have this. So I just popped in B Plus connections. Okay, well, only just right now, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, that's the video that you want to take a look at, and it'll show you how you can use this that we call Brokers Plus, this window that we call Brokers Plus, only accessible from the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. And you would click, once you watch the video, you click on live, and then you can actually trade using this window instead of going into into Interactive Brokers to trade. Okay, so why would you want to do that? Well, you can do things like this. Let's take a look. Let's say I click on a symbol. Wow, look at CRMD. Wow, I think it's in here. I'm surprised it's not on my watch list. Let's just say you click on a symbol. Or let's do APHA, APHA. You click on a symbol, and you say, yeah, I want to trade this. So you go back, right click, and you see I'm hovering over trade. Let me do one thing first. Right click, trade, and you see how when you hover over trade, this pops up. Now this is, again, you have to watch this video. You can set up your own options for trading, and this is what we call one-click trading. So again, you click on the alert, you check the chart out, you say yes, I want to trade it, right click, then you pick, these are all set up ahead of time by yourself, and you pick how you want to trade it. So very, very quick. Very, very quick. So that is, one reason why you might want to use this Brokers Plus window. Don't have to. It's just a feature that we have. Okay. Okay, Dallas, I'm not sure I understand your question. I don't think so. Not a calendar week. No. Let me keep going. I want to make sure I completely understand your question. Well, let me keep going on this, if you don't mind. So that's how you can use this window that we call Brokers Plus to trade. Notice I have a trade here. This is a simulated trade. Well, I'm going to show you. Well, let me go into the simulator right now. If you are, and you hear me say this every day, guys, so I know those of you being in the room every day, probably tired of my saying this, but we have new traders all the time. If you are new to traders, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading, okay? Do not trade until you've practiced trading. And we have a wonderful simulator here. You just click on Sim. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, it uses our real-time data. It's very simple to use. Again, you just click on Sim. And you notice when you click on a symbol, it shows up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're buying it to go long. Well, you can day trade on your own. Yeah, of course. You can day trade on Brokerage Plus. It's virtually the same as long as you're connected to, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, Jason. That's what I'm just explaining, explained before. Well, you have to watch that video. You just connect to your IB account. And then you can day trade here, or you can day trade obviously from within any brokerage account. But yes, I guess the basic answer is yes. So this is a simulated trade I took yesterday. Okay, notice that it is so you can practice swing trading using this simulator. If you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. That's exactly what happened here. Okay, took this HOL at 1476. It's at 1578 right now. If I want to get out of the trade, I just click flatten. Okay, I highlight it, flatten. If I want to get out of half the trade, I click half. If I want to double my position, I would double it. Just click double. So these are hotkeys. Well, I don't know about soon. Okay, Kevin. I mean, we thought we'd have TD Ameritrade and E-Trade up and running now, but TDA is going to take longer. E-Trade may be sooner. So, but I don't want to define soon. Okay? So, let's take a look at taking a trade here, okay? So here's Tilray. Let me see Alpha or Cron, see if this is... Okay, so let's take a look at Cron right here, C-R-O-N. So a lot of people might want to take Cron, instead of buying it right now, they want to maybe take it on a pullback. Maybe a pullback to this area here. Looks like, maybe a little bit of a support area here. So let's just say that's what you wanted to do. So I've clicked on Cron, and it shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want. So let's go 300 shares. Don't know what you mean by that. Are you talking about? I don't know what you mean by that, Frosted. I'm in Canada, so I mean we start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. But if you're up early enough, depending where you live in the world, IB starts getting data at 1 in the morning Eastern time. So. Yeah, well, okay. If you have IB, then 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time is when IB starts getting their data. We don't. We only start at 7, but doesn't mean you can't trade from within IB if you want to get up, before 7 in the morning if you're on the East Coast. So let me just put in. We want to take this on a pullback. Now it may not happen, okay, but let's just take this on a pullback. I'm going to put 12.15 in both boxes here. I'm going to click buy. Look what happens. So you see that blue line just shows up. So if Cron pulls back to 12.15, it'll take the trade. Okay, so if you thought this would be a good idea, you wanted to take it on a pullback to that level right there, then it'll take the trade. And if it did do it, that dark blue line would turn to a faded blue line. All right, Dallas. Well, the only thing I can suggest is that I'm not sure. When you say down last week, like below the 5-day low or something, is that what you mean? Just trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room. Are you trying to see things that... Still don't know what you mean. We want to see something that was down last week instead of using the previous 5 days. Now, you could have also done kind of the reverse. Oh, okay, below the last... okay, so you want to see something that was below... Well, calendar week, no. You know, I'm sorry. I mean, we only have the position in the... Now, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. You can try this, though I think you have to worry about... So we have the position in the... I mean, if you don't want to use 5 days, I mean, that's 5 days. If that is something you just don't want to use, well, I don't know how I can help you. But obviously the position in the 5-day range, if you use that... Sorry, if you use this... You know, I put 0 right there. That'll be below the position in the 5-day range. You're looking for like a calendar. You might want to experiment with our new low. Okay, with our new low. Add the alert and put 5 days here. Okay, and see what sort of alerts you get. But if you're actually, okay, if for instance you're talking, today is Wednesday. So if you want the low of below of last Monday, like the last calendar week, then it's probably going to be an 8-day low then. Okay, so the question that's not been asked of me ever. You know, most people don't care about, the calendar week, but, I understand if that's what you want. You might have to tinker around with this then. So depending on where you are in this current week compared to the Monday of the previous week, changing that number. Best I can do for you, okay? So what I wanted to do is also show you, of course, that we have this order in for a pullback, but you might have said, well, that's fine and good, but there's an area above that if it took out that price, I'd like to take the trade. Maybe a resistance area that if it took it out, I want to take the trade. So you could have done the same thing. All you have to do, say the price is right now at 12.50. Let's just say 12.75 was where you wanted to take the trade. You would just put 12.75 in these two boxes and click the buy button. Okay. How do you zoom in on a chart? Okay, left click on the chart that you want to zoom in on. Okay, so now Trade Ideas knows I'm in this chart. Control key, press down on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then with the scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay? So control key, press down on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then the scroll wheel on your mouse. All right, now let's take a trade though. So what I've demonstrated is maybe a pullback trade. But let's take a trade right now. We just want to take a trade. I want to get into this one. So I want to take a CRMD. I'm going to take, what's the spread like? It's not a great spread, but just to demonstrate, I'm going to buy 300 shares at the market. Remember, it's using our real-time data. So I got a fill right here at 1547. Okay, again, would I've done this? No. It's running away, but I just wanted to demonstrate how you can do it. Now, guess what, guys? You get into a trade, not every trade is going to work. In fact, a lot of them may not work. Doesn't mean there were bad setups or anything like that, but just because you think something is a fantastic setup or you've heard great news about a company, you know what? Sometimes the trades just don't work. So I'm going to drill this into everybody's minds who are not, say, experienced traders, and even you experienced traders who don't obey your stops. When you get into a trade, you have to have an out. You have to have a price where you're getting out of the trade. You sort of say, you know what, I was just wrong on this one. I'm going to get out of this trade at this price for a manageable loss. So how do you determine where you're going to get out of a trade? Well, I'm going to put a very wide stop on this one, okay? So that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to put a stop of 50 cents away. I want to just make the math easy. So I'm going to put a stop at 14.97. Which is actually, okay, 14. It's actually not that bad. It's at the low of that 2-minute candle. So I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to show you why I chose that one, just to make the math easy. Okay, so you will see right on the chart, okay, there is a big red line. So if it goes down to 14.97, and it could happen very quickly, it'll take me out for a $148 loss, okay? So once you determine, obviously where you got in, and before you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. And that is going to determine, and you see, it just took me out. I'm glad it happened. I wanted to show you how it worked. It just took me out of the trade. And that was in auto fashion, okay? Now, why I put a 50-cent stop on it, it's not because, well, every stock you get into, you should be a 50-cent stop. I wanted to make the math a little bit easy because not only, of course, do you have to know where you're going to get out, but you also, then that's going to determine how many shares you take in the trade. You should always try to take the same number, you should always try to have the same risk amount per trade when you get in. What do I mean by that? If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to want to risk $1,000 a trade. You'll probably be wiped out. So based on your account size, that'll determine how much you should risk per trade. Let's just say your account size says, okay, I can risk $100 a trade. So if you got into that trade at 15.47 and the stop was at 14.97, 50 cents away, then you could have taken 200 shares if you're going to risk 50 cents a share. How do we get that? Just divide 50 cents into 400 shares, I'm sorry. Just one moment, please. Hungry cat. 200 shares, okay? 200 shares times 50 cents equals $100. Okay, that's how you determine your share size. So when you get into a trade, it's not, well, I take 500 shares a trade, I take 100 shares a trade, or my stop is always 10 cents away or 20 cents away. Your stop has to be based on something other than just, a whim. It should be based on what you're seeing on a chart where you think there could be some support. And if it broke down through that support level, had I really taken this trade, I would have put it down here, because if you look at the 2-minute chart, might be some support down here. I just wanted to put it 50 cents away to make that math easy. That's all. It's the only reason I did it. Otherwise, it takes a little bit of mental acuity. You just divide that your difference between your stop and your stop price and where you get in. Divide that into, say, 100. That will give you how many shares you're going to take. Now you see how, now the thing is, with commissions so cheap, even if horrors, you have to pay half a cent a share with Interactive Brokers, commissions are so cheap that should not ever dissuade you from getting out of a trade. Because, oh man, I don't want to pay the commissions getting out of a trade. Because sometimes what happens is, okay, right now, maybe, again, I just use this as an example to get into a trade quickly to show you how it works. But for all the reasons why you got into that trade, you might get stopped out, but for all the reasons that you got in for the first time, maybe they come back. So maybe you were just a little bit early getting into your setup. That's all. The other thing is, notice how this was very unemotional. I put the stop in because even though a lot of you will maybe be nodding your head saying, okay, I get it. You have to have a stop. I get it. He keeps talking about this stop. And you get into the trade and it starts approaching your stop. And that's when the second guessing starts to happen. Second, third, fourth guessing. You start saying to yourself, wow, okay, I thought that was a good area for the stop, but maybe I was a little too tight, so I better move that down. And you move that line down. And so now that, say that what 158 or $150 was your manageable. And now all of a sudden you move it down so that if it hit that stop, it'd be $300 loss. And it starts approaching it. Maybe that was too tight, because I know this is going right back up like this. I know it. So you can see what happens. You become emotional when you get into the trade, when you start watching your P&L. So this is a wonderful way to take emotion out. You put your stop in and you forget about it, and you let the system take you out unemotionally. If you don't have the discipline to obey your stop. We've all done it. Don't think that I learned about stops many, many years ago, and it took me a long time before I would really obey them. Because I just couldn't believe that it wasn't working. I thought, man, especially when you start, you're in a chat room or a trading room, or you're following information and people are pumping this, and you say, wow, it seems so good. How can this go wrong? So yes, so that is exactly what you can do. Let me take another, show you how you can do that. I'm just going to take the trade. I'm going to take the alpha trade, 300 shares, I'm going to buy it. Okay. And it's bought it. Let me put my stop right here, 1687. I'm going to add the stop. Again, this is just in the simulator, guys. I'm just trying to demonstrate. So I'm going to add the stop, 1687. So it's going to appear. Now, let's say the trade really starts to work. Yes, you can. I didn't mention this yesterday, but you can start using this like a trailing stop. You can start moving your stop up, to different areas on the chart that start to make more sense. Maybe another support area. Let's just say this got up to 1730 and it hung there for a while, and so maybe now 1715 becomes the new support. So you can use this like a trailing stop. Personally, unless you're in a lot of trades at the same time, that's what I would do. Instead of using what I consider artificial trailing stops, I'm going to put my trailing stop 10 or 15 cents away, or a certain percentage. It's based on nothing really. Okay, but if you use this, it's based on chart action. I get it. If you have a lot of trades open at the same time, but if you're new to trading, you should not have a lot of trades open at the same time. And so you can use this like a trailing stop. You should be following it, and you can start moving it up and up. Yeah, so Kevin, I'm not going to go over it because this video explains virtually everything. Customizing your own strategies in Brokerage Plus, if you haven't watched it. Okay? When you click on that, obviously click on the IB part, but it'll tell you exactly how you can create your own strategy and then load it in here. Okay? And then trade off it. All right, so did anything happen as I've spent about 45 minutes talking? I'm kidding, of course. I know lots has happened. Oh, hi, Jason. Welcome, fellow Canuck. All right. So remember yesterday we had a few earlier alerts or early alerts from this window here. Okay, my options, and I said, well, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you have to pile into the trade, of course. And so when I look at OGI, I mean, okay, it's got one good thing going for it. It is a cannabis play. Okay, so it's obviously a hot sector. Okay, so that is a good thing. However, when you start looking at the weekly chart and you start to see little areas of pockets of resistance, so the alert was at 245. Now, yes, it was a little bit above that, but look left, you see 262, you see 285, you see 266. You see this little area here, which could prove to be resistance. And so that is what would probably get me not that interested in taking this trade unless it could really break out of here. So not just because we get a trade or an alert in it doesn't mean you just hop into it. So this is a great illustration why, using the AI more like a watch list than blindly following it, because here was the entry at 25.98. Look where it got out, 25.98. Okay, look where it is now, 28.31. So how I use this is as a watch list all day long. I like to concentrate on the hot stocks. That's why I sort on this aggressive profit percent column, and I watch them all day long. We can get, this bounce right back down. This could give you another setup. I mean, look, there was the alert, 25.98. It actually almost got down to that stop price, and then it came right back, and it bounced off that. So, there's no video on how to use the AI. People, that's often asked questions. There's no video on it because, it really, to me, it requires a little bit of experience. I'd love to say just, auto trade it and you'll all make money. I cannot say that. Well, I'm hearing mankind, MNKD over and over again. So this is having a day. It's not a big. It's a big float too. Almost $250 million in the float. So it's a big float. Well, is that merger a done deal? I don't know. Is it a done deal? I remember reading about it a few days or weeks ago, but I don't know. Is it a done deal, or just a possibility? Because then, if it's tied to the Tilray share price, then obviously Alpha is going to move. But I don't know enough about the merger. I mentioned this one yesterday as a potential move down on earnings, second day continuation down on off earnings, and that was HOG. So both words passed. Okay, I can't really comment on it. All right, have I answered all questions? If I haven't, if I've missed some questions, I do apologize. Maybe just repost them in the off topic, unless it's a specific stock question. Any thoughts on REVG? Let's take a look at REVG. Well, it's not really trading very much, so I do remember this one had a great 4-day run from 8 to 12, but there's no volume today, so not really sure what to make of it. No volume at all. Typically, what I look at, of course, are the stocks that are very hot during the day. That I don't know. That's a good question. I have no idea. I mean, I think, well, easy. I mean, let's assume, with the connection, I guess you just, I don't know if that's going to be easy, but yeah, I guess you just click on E-Trade and then you're live with your E-Trade account. And then you just have to be awfully careful doing something like that. But I guess there's no reason why not. But I don't know. It's the first time that's been asked. I'll ask the question. You know what? Are you going to be around at 12 o'clock Eastern, Panda? Okay, so that's only an hour from now. So at noon, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room, okay? And you can ask all sorts of questions like that of him, okay? And others, okay? And I'll post the link for our YouTube room just before I take my break at noon. So for again, all of you who are really interested in using Brokerage Plus, and you have an IB account or what's upcoming things that are happening, I really encourage you. He'll be there from 12 to 1 to ask him all the questions. He's there every Wednesday, so take advantage of that if you can do that. I'm interested in Gevo, guys. Look at Gevo. Look at Gevo coming in with some volume and just above yesterday's high now again. Nothing is finalized. If it were finalized, you'd be able to do it today. So nothing is finalized. Let's call it what it is. I mean, we jumped the gun. We really thought that TDA and E-Trade would be available right now, but when we really dove into it, there were some issues, and so obviously we cannot release a product when people are dealing with live money unless we're 100% sure. So listen, guys. I've just put an alert for Gevo. I think at 12:25 or so. 12:25 or so. Some volume is coming in. So I'm just going to see if that takes it out later on. And welcome to the topsy-turvy world of CCIV. The on again, off again. Merger with Lucid. Yeah, Trenton. So if I have time, I post. Typically, I've been asked a question: where do I post my alerts? Okay, so again, this is not a room in which I tell anybody what to do, buy or sell. I present opportunities. If I'm interested in a stock, like I was with the SLC, I'm very interested in anything that I get in here. I outlined why I'm not that interested in OGI right yet. Okay, but SLC, SLS. I presented the opportunity. I said, listen, it gets. There was the alert at 12:15. Guys, watch this, and said, if it gets into this 12:20 area, I'll be very interested. I'm not going to say, okay, everybody, take this trade at 12:20. So this is more, setting up. A lot of the other ones that I'm talking about, I'm not, there's so many alerts I'm getting all day long. I'm presenting maybe general opportunities for people, okay? But when I get something from one of my, from this is my I call it my go-to scan now. Yes, I'm very interested, but again, I'll never say, okay, guys, OGI, you should take this if it breaks over 250. What I might say is, I'm interested in this. You can see if it takes out 250, look left, there's lots of room. All right, things like that. So that's the best I can do. I'm not a financial advisor, and with what's happening with a lot of scrutiny, etc. There's no way I'm going to make out and out recommendations. And I never have. It's not like I used to before. If I have a chance, if something, especially if it's set up and it's a slower moving stock, I can post my alerts in here. But the SLS, I mean, that triggered almost immediately for me. So it'd be useless if I said, okay, posted the alert, I'm in at 12:15 when it's already at 12:40. I mean, it just pops so quickly. Yeah, it's more, and not just myself. So Trenton, there is another trading room. Okay, this is what I call the main trading room. It's a lot more active, a lot more traders in the room. Nothing wrong with the YouTube room, but there are a lot more traders with ideas. Not just myself. I mean, this is the beauty of the room. This is certainly not all about me. I mean, we have a lot of great traders in the room with a lot of ideas. Okay, and if you're new to trading, I mean, yeah, it can be a little bit overwhelming, but eventually when you see somebody or you read a post and they say keep an eye on this one, guys, if it takes out this area, you start looking at charts and you start to, maybe a light bulb goes off that, yeah, I see what that person is looking for. Okay, so I'm going to pop in, there is the link to what I call the main trading room. I mean, I can only do so much in terms of trading myself because, part of my big part of my job, of course, is answering questions. So it's not like I can be 100% focused on trading. Okay, what do I? Okay, but you don't go there now. I mean, you can do what you want, but I mean, the link to the other room at 12 o'clock, it's the same room, okay? I mean, it just looks like this. Okay, it looks like this. Not as easy for me to hand out links. It's just not as active. There are way more people in the main room, okay? So I'll post, I mean, yeah, I can post a link now. Just save it. You don't want to be in both rooms because it's the same. Okay, they see my screen too. It's exactly the same in terms of what they're seeing. All right. So, I'm sorry. Somebody asked a question about SLV. Well, that's silver, right? Or yeah, I really don't have any. I mean, look, we had the big pop a couple of days ago. The WSB, maybe boys got involved, and then reality sets in yesterday. So I really have no opinion on it. So you can use trailing stops. Yes, you can set up Wow, Lizzie, I cannot believe this move on Lizzie. Thin Lizzie. So let's see, looking left, 950. So there's the next high looking left on the monthly chart. I still don't see any news. I'm sure there must be some news, but I don't see any. I don't see any specific news on it. I sort on this. I sort on the aggressive profit percent. Okay, this is what I sort on all day long, so I can see the active ones all day long, right at the top. That's what I do. Doesn't mean that's what you have to do, but that's what I do. The aggressive profit percent column. Because the aggressive is, it's assuming that you never get out of the trade no matter what happens. Okay, so I just want to see what would happen. So I mean, a lot of times moderate and aggressive are going to be exactly the same. Okay, unless an actual stop gets hit, then moderate doesn't continue. But it's just the way I like to see. I just like to see the aggressive. Again, moderate and aggressive are almost the same every day, unless a stop gets hit. But if a stop gets hit, but it comes roaring back, I want to see it. It doesn't mean I take the trade. It just means I want to see the ones that are most active all day long in a profit percent basis. You don't have to do that. Okay, so Ray, I don't know if you're asking a serious question. I mean, I cannot give you any advice on CAN, okay? I mean, again, I'm not an investment advisor. If I said, yes, you should sell it now and it popped $10 in the next second. No idea, Sam. If you're talking about TDA and E-Trade, I don't have any idea. Honestly don't. All right, so I'm looking at Gevo. Look what it did. It did not take out my price alert. Should go over price alerts, guys. Price alerts are such a great tool to use, and it's very, very simple. It's very, well, the calendar feature, I think, is available already. Where are you? Oh, no, exception. I cannot. Okay, what do I have to do here? Yeah, you see, that is a... Continue. Please don't boot me out. Please don't boot me out. Okay. See, that's obviously a bug. I mean, you should be able to double right click and get the, or I'm sorry, I was on a calendar. Okay. Well, then you must not be on I don't know what version. I'm almost 100% sure. Ah, it's not popping up though. I thought the calendar feature was available for you guys on the beta. Eddie, yes, we have pre-market and we have post-market, yes. No, we go from 7 to 7, okay? 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern time, okay? Just so you know. That's when we start getting our data. Actually, technically 6:45 Eastern time. The charts don't start till 7. There it goes. Okay, so there. Yeah, I mean, this is what you should be saying. I don't know why. It seems a little unresponsive, but I'm pretty sure this is available from the beta that's on the website. And if you do want to take out a subscription, Eddie, just pop this in here for you so you can go to my homepage and use that promo code, okay? APRE, let's take a look at APRE. Yes, oh yeah, I remember somebody talked about this one yesterday. So the next high looking left, well, it is above that high now. So yeah, it's got a huge potential gap to fill. APRE, there's the high looking left back on this date. I don't know what happened here. Obviously some huge catastrophic failure. That was 2 months ago. This was a stock that was at $31. I got hammered on one day. Well, you can set an alert window, Eddie. This is what I use in the pre-market as an example. Yes, the answer is yes. You set an alert if you want to set an alert for a stock that's making a new high in the pre-market, and on a certain amount of volume and a certain percentage increase. Yes, and it is real time. This is what I use in the pre-market. I know you don't have our program yet, but this is what I use. So you see this gap up and down shared right there. That's what I use in the pre-market. These are stocks that are gapping up immediately or down. I also use this. This is a top list, which also shows you very active stocks in the pre-market, up and down. These are the four scans that I use in the pre-market. And we do have a post-market channel. I don't get too involved in post-market trading, but we do have a post-market channel. It's called After Hours, I think. New channel bar, and then I think it's called After Hours. After Hours, yeah. So we do have an After Hours channel, okay? So that should cover everything that you would need, both pre and post. Hey guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So Eddie, what you're seeing here, just to give you an idea. So for instance, in the pre-market, you could have, I don't know Lizzie for sure, but I'm just using this as an example. So every time Lizzie makes a new high, You know, there was at 11.15, it made the new high and the price was 10.18. So yeah, you would see it over and over and over again. Okay, every time the stock made a new high. So it's real time. And there it goes again, just made another new high. Lizzie, Lizi. All right, guys, keep an eye on the GEVO. It is getting back again. GEVO is getting back, GEVO, getting back to this area. Got a pullback down to 12 or so, and it is coming back. All right, CRBP. So CRBP had a nice move. Bit of a strange day yesterday. Look at the bottoming tail, topping tail, kind of an erratic day, but it's back over 3, and look at the room. Look at the room. Look at the weekly chart. Look at the monthly chart. And it's not a low float, 82 million. They don't have to be, but it's a high short float percent. So 23% of that float is short. That's a big number. Got to put an alert over that 3 level again. See if it takes it out again. There's I'm going to put 2 alerts. Oh, I know what I was wanting to do, show you the price alerts. So our price alerts are so easy. So easy to do, okay? Notice what I do. I just go to the chart and I basically put my mouse exactly where I want my alert, or, you know, create the price alert. I could type it in. And what will happen is, if CRBP hits that number right there, that 304, notice that line is blue. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Let me bring up my price alerts window. So see here the price alerts I just put down here, 304 and 314, they're down here. I minimize this window. And if it hits that price, this window here will pop up on my screen. The way I have it sorted, it'll sort on the latest that was triggered, so I'll see it right at the top. I can put a sound alert on it. You know, I can play a sound, a unique sound. So if I happen to be wandered away, if I have a headset on and I've wandered away from my computer, I'll hear the sound. I can come racing back. I know it's going to be a price alert. This will turn a different color at the start. Bottom line is, you cannot miss your price alerts. You know. So let's just see if we get one. Let me put another one a little closer. Just put it at 299. See if we get it. Just to show you what I'm talking about. You cannot miss the price alerts. Very simple to do. Tiger, wow, what a great, yeah, I think it's on my watch list. Yeah, back here, 2220, 2430. I haven't had a chance to look. Actually, a lot of alerts today from my watch list. A little bit surprising. I don't usually get so many. My watch list is not huge, but I don't usually get so many. See how that happened, guys? See how CRBP just popped up, or my price alert window popped up on my screen. I heard the sound. Now I can click on the alert, can bring up the chart. So setting price alerts, it's simple to do. You know, so instead of having to watch GEVO constantly, you know, all I have to do is set the price alert and I'll just forget about it. And if it happens, it happens. Yeah, see how it popped up again? Remember I had another price alert for CRBP? Yeah, I'll tell you why. JB. Come on now. You know why it's not there. Well, I'll tell you, it's not optionable. There's no option volume. It's not optionable. So that's the reason it's not on the. Otherwise, you're probably right. You probably almost for sure would have showed up, but it's not optionable. Sushi, no, I use these are the Trade Ideas charts that I use. I don't use the IB charting. You can, of course, if you want to use IB charting, you can. But I like the way our charts look, so that's why I use them. But you could certainly set up, we link with IB, and of course, if you have IB, then you just make sure that the little chain is color coded for all your charts, the same, and then so you could use IB charts if you wanted. Oh man, that's years and years ago. I probably haven't probably used eSignal 10 years ago. Yes, Sushil, sorry, not Sushi, Sushil. Yes, I mean, you have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have anything, our scanners and our charts. Well, you can't have the Trade Ideas charts without having our program. So you have to have a subscription to our program in order to have the charts. I have no idea on that. I mean, eSignal's fine. I mean, it's a great, but it's expensive. I would never personally, I would never pay for our charts for me are fine. I mean, if you want all the bells and whistles, yes, it don't have all the bells and whistles, but for my style of trading, they're absolutely fine. So I would never buy an external charting package just for charts. I can't comment. I mean, you have to understand, JB. I haven't had eSignal for 10 years. I mean, those were the days that Trade Ideas did not have charts. I mean, the charts are relatively new, I guess, to Trade Ideas. No, are there any option traders in the trading room? I mean, there could be some option traders. We don't trade options as such. We do have, and for those of you who are interested in options, we do have some option filters. Just to give you an idea, this is what, and this is, this is call it my go-to window now, moving higher with unusually strong options. I'm not trading the options, I'm trading the stock, but this is what you can do. If I search and I type in options. So we have some obvious ones, I guess, the put call ratio. the option volume today, the put and call volume today, okay? This one right here, the option volume, that's the average number of contracts traded over the last 10 days. And this one is the key metric, options volume today percent. So if I add that filter, and let's just say I put 200 in here. So if a stock is traded, say on average over the last 10 days, 2,000 contracts, for me to see that stock today, it will have to have traded 200% or double or 4,000 contracts, okay? So this can help you zero in on obviously abnormal option activity for a stock. Now, if that helps you trade the underlying option, great. If not, can't do anything. And there he goes. Sparky says he trades the options and works great for them. And this is what so I have some pretty tough filters in here. By tough, I mean, it has to be at least 500%. So 500% of normal with some other filters in place. So I want to see really, really abnormal option activity before I see anything in that window. So Dimitri, my setup, what I do is I share individual windows, okay? And you can pick and choose. You can pick and choose which windows you might want to see, okay? So if you go to my home page, I just popped the home page link into the YouTube room. So if you go to my home page and go to the scan section right here, and here are all of the scans that I'm sharing. And there it is. There's the moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? As an example. You're welcome, Dimitri. All right, guys. We're getting closer. Well, a fast morning, as always, 11:32. So, again, I'm going to pop the YouTube link in for those of you who have all the types of questions about, how to use maybe Brokerage Plus if you have an Interactive Brokers account, trailing stops, maybe the calendar feature, things like that. You can always head over to the YouTube feed. I'm sorry, wrong link. There we go. Here's the YouTube feed. At noon, because Michael will be there and he's definitely our expert. Options Play Magic, it was it seems like years and years ago. That has, I think, 6 alert windows in it, okay? It's a multi-strategy window. It has 6 alert windows in it with different degrees of option volume, okay? And when I first put that up, it was giving, and it could still work very well, don't get me wrong. But it was giving some awesome alerts, and one of the guys in the room says that scan is magic. So we started calling it options magic, option plays magic, and that's how that term came. What I did was I took one of the alert windows, I broke it out, and created this one. So I'm not getting very many alerts, which is exactly what I want. I don't want very many, but maybe super high quality. Now, do they all work? Of course not. But that's what I did. So is that just a statement, Michael? Mike, you're not asking a question. You're just putting that as a statement. Yes, okay. Yeah. Wow, no kidding, is it? This is terrible of me, absolutely terrible of me to not continue to follow this one. You know, that's really bad. APRE guys, yes. I mean, well, not bad. I mean, I'm answering questions, so I obviously got a little distracted. But you know, what was it? What were we talking about? We were saying, well, it took out that high right there, and look left and look at all the room it's got. I just can't chase it now. But you know, a break right there, 660, well, very ominous, 666, the break right there. I mean, that, you know, the highs of those 215-minute candles, boom. Sugar. No, I can't. We have some very delicate ears sometimes, and believe it or not that I have to worry about what I say. It's amazing. After doing this for 5 years, over 5 years, I don't think I've let anything slip. I did? No, you say I did. I don't believe you. I have to hear myself. You have to have recorded it before I'll believe it. All right, guys. Jivo still is, you know, getting interesting. I mean, just hanging around this area, hanging around that high of 4 days ago. Yeah, 4 days ago. Sugar does not count. All right, guys. So 11:38. So I just want to absolutely confirm that Michael will be in. I've given him the big build up. I want to make sure he is in the room at noon. Okay. Yep. Michael just confirmed it. Okay. I think it does. I think it also depends on your computer, Brett. Not 100% sure of that, but yeah, that's why you don't want to be in both rooms. I mean, this is the main trading room. Yes, no kidding. Same setup, exactly, almost exactly the same setup, and some volume coming in. Nice, nice, nice find. What's his high looking left last week was 310. You can see if it takes out 310, this could get it really running. I mean, there was the high last week. It's right at that high. So instead of having to, you know, watch it, why don't we just put a price alert, say around make it 320. You know, really break out a little bit, and you know, I mean, this has got obviously a lot of room. So still a mild disconnect here. The Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is up a little, so kind of a bit of a blah day in terms of the market, not in terms of what we see. Well, I don't put price targets. The real all you can do is something like this. You look at Ovid, where could it go? I'm not saying it's going to get to $7, but I mean until it's, just look at it on these charts. It's above. Well, there's a 200-day moving average, so that could stall it, 520. But I don't want to call that a price target, but be aware of that area. All right, guys, I am. Yeah, nice. Aja, I remember you were talking about that one yesterday, the APRE. I do remember. Okay, so not too much activity right now from my option scanner. That could pick up later on in the afternoon, or that might be it. All right, so this is what Real is talking about. What? I've lost my 15.8. Just a second. I just want to duplicate the window for some reason. All right, so this is what Real is talking about. There's the 15.8 right there. Now I know it's probably got some pre-market stuff in there, but it's pretty close. I mean, that's the challenge that he's talking about. That line, that orange line right there, might be hard to see. Keeps challenging it. And if it can move below, then he's talking about his fib levels, 1035 and 969 for a potential short. So again, the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Are we pretty close, Real? Around 1121 or so, 1120 whatever. Okay, guys, well, Ovid's moving. I tell you to take it, but Ovid's moving. There it goes, guys. There goes SLS. Yeah, it's a... Well, I guess the level I've got is around 11, but that's okay. I mean, let's see. I don't know VTVT. I don't know if it's an Alzheimer treatment. Also, let's take a look to see in the profile if it says anything. Doesn't look like it. Diabetes, metabolic inflammation, and cancer. It doesn't. Well, they don't specifically say Alzheimer's in here, so. SNE, I don't know if anybody, I don't know that one very well. Oh, Sony, Sony. Yeah, I don't know anybody. Well, it's an earnings play today also. Well, it's a nice pop on earnings for sure for Sony. Yeah, I can't share it, RI. You have to access it from the toolbar, okay? New, from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar and then Barry's watch list. Then you'll get these three windows. And remember, it's a layout, so your layout will be replaced. So what you can do is save your layout first. Then you can save these three windows to the cloud if that's what you want. And then save them to the cloud and then bring back your layout and then bring the windows back from the cloud and then save your layout again so you'll have them in, if that's what you want to do. But it's actually a channel. Yeah, almost too many alerts. I'm very surprised. I haven't had that many alerts from my watch list. I don't think ever. I'm going to make sure I didn't make a change accidentally. 100%, 150. No. Because my watch list itself is only probably got 30 symbols in it, which is not excessive. And I almost think that too many alerts from it. It happens. All right, guys, so in about 5 minutes, I'll be taking my break. A beauteous call by Real on the SLS short. You could even take it here. I know it's a little bit different, but 1119 was the cross. I'm paying a lot of attention. You know, there's a cross. We talk about, well, Real will talk about them a lot more than I will. Even a cross up here, actually, look at it in the 15, even earlier, interesting. So we talk about an 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA, and you can see that can set up a potential short. I'm somewhat surprised that there were shorts available for the SLS. All right, guys, give me a moment. Just put myself on mute for about a minute. All right, guys, again, I'm just getting ready to take my break. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up in the YouTube feed. He usually shows up about 5 minutes before. Yeah, so what you're seeing here, this is a carryover trade from yesterday, the HOL in at 1476, 1660 right now, so open P&L is $552. I haven't seen this one for a while. This can be an active one. Volume coming in, CMCM. But look at this weekly chart a little more closely. CMCM Cheetah Mobile. Yeah, maybe a little area right there if it can. Don't think it has that much room. I remember, Elijah. I do remember. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement up. I'm still in until I put myself on mute, but all right, so Michael is there now. So I am going to stop my YouTube stream. Hi, Michael. I've told everybody to go and harass you.
All right, guys. Forgive me as I'm still getting set up for just a minute, and then I will go from there. Okay, guys. Let's get all of this switched over here. If I did this right, you should see my desktop. Just going to wait to see that on stream. There it is. All right, if I can get some confirmation that everything's switched over all right, you can hear and see me and all of that stuff. Looks good. Okay. So again, if you're new here, what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off and let him to go, you know, get something to eat, get off his butt for a second, and we actually open the room to an hour of live support. So you'll actually, if you're on YouTube, if you come back at this time each day, there'll be a different trader. So if you're here and you don't like me and you want to get someone else, there'll be someone there tomorrow. Let me actually tweet that I'm streaming here. Streaming for 1 hour. Come on by. Yeah, so my kind of, I guess, trading style, area of expertise, all of this stuff is more on the algorithmic side of things, the brokerage plus, the automated style, all of that kind of thing. Each of the traders that will come in each day, they'll have their own trading style and way they liked going about doing something, which I think is a super cool part of Trade Ideas, in which we hire traders. So everybody that you'll hear talk from is someone who trades with their own money and live in the market. And there's really nothing. I think it's very cool that you guys get a resource like this YouTube channel where you get all these different traders who have been going about it for a very long time and all of their different takes, so you can see which one you gravitate towards, because that's really, when it comes down to it, the whole the whole kind of thing, right? The When I was learning, I always liked being able to go and kind of see what the rest of the world was doing, right? What were the different ways that all this was kind of going on. I lost my tab. Where is it? Okay. So again, the main point of this is support, and the main point of this is to help you guys with the product, or any questions that you have about trading or anything like that. So I'll just be waffling on until there's questions, but certainly feel free to ask away there. Oh, hey, thanks, Sam. Really liked your new video. To the point, I'm waiting to learn about the anchored VWAP. That video I've actually already recorded, and it is scheduled to go up next Wednesday, I think. I talk a little bit about that, but we can do that here as well. Oh, another compliment for the channel. Thank you very much. Again, I always like to use this time to plug my own things, because why not? This channel that everyone's referring to is right there in the chat. I do have my own channel and do my own content when it comes to trading and trade ideas and all of that kind of stuff. I've been, trading for 15 years now and using trade ideas since about then. I think 2006 is my first trade ideas account. So I've been in the game for a while. So you can, so you can check out the channel there and let me know. I'm kind of in limbo right now where I'm looking for, a good series or something to get my teeth around. Right now I'm just kind of waffling about until I think of an idea to make a video, and then I'm making the video about that. So all right, so one question. Don't see the breakdown short. Really? Trade ideas, AI, strat, description. I thought I wrote that one. I may be wrong. So yeah, if you just Google, so if you go to the strategy descriptions page, it should look something like that. The breakdown short should be down with Neo. Where is... Oh, that's super old. That's super old. We got to make sure. That's interesting that actually shows up. So we should take a look at why that comes up. It's a good point. I'll take a look at that. But yeah, that's old. But essentially, the breakdown short is just the reverse of the breakdown long. I think this one's it here. There we go. Push back, horse you down. Oh, they changed this too. Okay, I think there might be some stuff missing here. We'll take a look at I'll post that in there. Sorry, I'm just posting that in our Slack group there so we can look at that in a second. Essentially speaking, I'll just explain it to you now too, right? Just so you have that. But the breakdown long and short both come from Neo. Essentially, Neo's synopsis on the market and on everything is, I know because I actually built Neo and these algorithms myself, so at least you're getting it right from the horse's mouth for now. Essentially what it is looking for high relative volume stocks, right? That's all that Neo focuses on the main point of when looking for a trade, is what is the relative volume. You'll see that if I go through all these, they all have very, very high, not as much now, but when they triggered, I think they have to have over 10 relative volume, which means they're doing 10 times the normal amount of shares that they do at that time. So insanely high volume. So from there, what Neo does is essentially looks for, the breakouts are breaks of early highs. So when it's looking for a kind of early range breakout, that's what the breakout long and breakout short is, right? Just think of like your opening 5 minutes or 10-minute type of range. It varies based off what it was, what the calculations were done at night. And then the breakdown shorts the same way. And then the pullbacks are basically just looking for, let's zoom in a bit. It's probably easier to see on a shorter term chart. Let's go to a 5 here. So what it's the pullbacks is just looking for after that first move, when it kind of comes back to, it's trying to time a pullback to go longer. This one's kind of unfortunate that it just, I think, came a little bit shy of the target or triggered just after this thing had broken. But yeah, so it's looking for a pullback in that trend. So here's another good example with INGR. That initial move would have been great to grab on this, doing 10 times normal volume. This kind of pullback here, if you didn't get that initial move, you could get this pullback here, and then, things kind of move from there. So those are the two. And the thing is with Neo, as opposed to the other AIs, is there's only those two strategies. There's 4 total, right? But the long and short version of those two strategies. So it's a good way to kind of say, hey, everything is, everything has to do with volume, right? So what we find is Neo is the most volatile, but generally the most profitable of the AI strategies. It dramatically outperformed in 2020. But again, you need to understand that everything that it's trading is going to be high volume, high volatility, big mover, things like this. So just understand what it is that it likes to focus on, just so you can say, okay, is that my risk tolerance as a trader or not? But yeah, so basically everything, breakdown long, breakdown short, pullback long, pullback short, all focused on volume. And that's just a good way to summarize Neo. I just signed up for Trade Ideas yesterday. I was connecting to AI to IB. I kept getting error codes. So those error codes are from Interactive Brokers. So they will know a little bit more about them. But let me get you this and make sure that you watched all of this video right here, Luke. It's like 30 minutes, but it's well worth it. It goes through everything. Generally speaking, when it comes to error codes with Interactive Brokers, I know everyone who's been here for a while is probably sick of me saying it, but it really is 95% of all issues, is that people assume that their broker is going to give them live data without them having to go back in and sign up for it. And if you don't have the data plan that covers all of the exchanges in the US, you'll end up having that issue. So again, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be some sort of data issue. So I would confirm with IB that you're paying for the correct data plan, and it is paid for kind of out of your pocket every month as well. But yeah, probably data. So yeah, Elliot, the PDF will be as well. I just made a note in our Slack, and when I'm done this, I'll just ping the website guys and see, because it looks like they changed the website and probably made it a little bit prettier or something, and some data may have been lost. So we'll get that sorted fairly quickly. It won't take too long. So yeah, I would check your data plan. Again, it sucks that you have to pay them for data, but that's just, they just don't, I have a lot of money with them and I still have to pay for data. Now, fortunately, the data plans are generally waived if you trade enough, the fees. So I've never actually paid the fee. Like it comes out at the beginning of the month, and then I do my. I think you need to generate $30 in commissions, and I always generate well over that each month. So then it just kind of comes back to me. So again, an annoyance, but what are you gonna do, right? Sam, wondering about the calendar. It is here now for paper trades. However, and you can, so if you double click on the date up here, you can see all of the trades that happen. But currently, it's only for our paper trader. The plan is to expand this out as it goes, and I know Dave's got another big update for it in the near future. So, very, very soon, this will get better. Oh no, Luke, you don't need to pay 78. Let me get you the data plan to take a look at. I would contact IB if you're paying 78 for all those exchanges. There's something going on here. So let's. I have a. Interactive brokers data. It should be $10 a month and then referred back to you if. So let me get you that your market data. Don't want you to go and again, if you're paying them that much, either way, contact them. Kind of makes me think that it's definitely something with your data fee, but I just want to make sure that you're going for a plan that's not hosing you. So this plan right here, US futures and snapshot bundle right here. That's what I am using myself. And again, I trade with Interactive Brokers every day. So you'll see that right there. So I would get that as well. Yeah, I also get a message from IBKR. Allow IB to protect your orders by using the price algo management. Yeah, you'll have to take that up with them, unfortunately. I don't know why that keeps popping up, but yes, Jason. And unfortunately, you certainly do need live data. And again, it's one of those things that like I can't describe to you how much the system will not like it if you don't have data. It just won't work in a lot of cases. 90% of Brokerage Plus support, sadly, is telling people to go get this data plan and then they go get it and everything works perfectly. And it's just unfortunate that they can't, just give people this data package, right? Just comp it. It's $10 a month. Maybe if the person never does a trade for their first 6 months or something, you start charging them data. But again, I get triggered. But other than that, again, I'm always torn on IB because I hate that whole data plan thing. But their fills are pretty good. Their platform I don't like, but it's solid. Like it doesn't go down nearly as much as I hear with a lot of people and things like that. So, you know, warning everybody, especially headphone users, my dogs are going to freak out. Sorry. Hold on one moment. Sorry about that. The don't worry, I'm well defended from the Amazon guy. Two 70-pound dogs telling them right now how much they don't like them giving me my Amazon purchase. Integration with TradingView is supposed to be coming as far as TWS is concerned. Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I know. I live in the middle of the woods, so I like that they bark at things because they could be coyotes or bears or something like that. And if someone's on my property and I don't want them to be, then that's again, I'm in the middle of the woods, so people don't just wander on. So I'm not going to yell at them, but I just wanted to warn everyone when they're on stream. Again, that's interesting about TradingView. It may, I don't know. I've played with TradingView stuff, and when it comes to auto trading and algorithmic trading and back testing and stuff, we got them beat. I do use TradingView for crypto. Although I'm switching that over to TrendSpider because I just like their charts way better. But sorry, just checking on. Oh, I'm stopped at a little SLS. Hopefully not at lows there. Okay. Sorry, just checking on the real world from time to time. Having trouble paper trading Holly. Can you step through that? Yeah, sure. So I'm also going to give you a video here to check this out. And this talks all about that. Just skip over the parts about interactive brokers and just go into the rest and you'll be good there. So you can check that out as well, but we'll go through it quickly here. So first, first things first, you've got to connect to the simulated trader. So on your Brokerage Plus, go down to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, and that should be green. And this little bridge icon here should also be green as well. Just letting you know that you're connected to our sim and you're good to go. Then all you need to do is open up the Holly tab right here. From here, you just pick whichever algos or segments or something. So we were just talking about Neo and its dramatic outperformance last year as composed to the other ones. So let's say I heard that and I said, okay, well, how about I just trade Neo? Give me a little less to focus on, and maybe I am the one that I like the crazy high volume, high mover stocks. So that's fine. Like, let's just turn those on. So we'll just right click once we have the 4 selected, and you'll see the option for enable 4 selected strategies. Click on that, and you notice this column, this trading column right here, all turned to on. So that just tells me that they're all on and good to go. So now let's start the actual trading connection here, where we'll go edit long trading instructions. And this is going to be what you have for all of your long trades, what they're all done. So the account, right? Make sure you have them pointing to the right account. If you're only connected to our sim, then the default's fine, but you can go and say, I want simulated trading. Which mode you're interested in. So simply put, moderate mode buys the stock, puts the stop out, and then holds that stock until it either gets stopped or the end of the day. One of those two. There's no advanced algo management or anything like that. It's just either, right, it's on or it's off. And then conservative is basically the same thing, where we have adaptive stop algos. So first of all, conservative adds in profit targets on most algos, the ones that have profit targets built in. And then on top of that, it adds in kind of fancy trailing stops, for lack of a better term. So you can click either one of those. Now, the best of, basically what it does, it says, okay, what's working the best in this market? And I'm going to take that information into the next trade. It won't go back and change any prior done trade, but the next trade, we can go from there. So, say, for example, conservative's been working all day, then the next trade will be conservative. Or say conservative's been working, but now moderate's working better. The next trade will be moderate. In order to limiter market, if you're going to use markets, be very careful about markets, especially some of the faster moving or less liquid stocks. You can get in trouble with either of those. So once you got that, so now it's your position sizing. So we got fixed dollars, fixed shares, or based off stop loss. Fixed dollars just means, I want to take $1,000 on every trade. If it's a cheap stock, I'll be buying more shares. If it's an expensive stock, I'll be buying less shares, but I just want to allocate $1,000 to every trade. Fixed shares is the other way around, right? I just want to buy 100 shares. I don't care if, that varies the dollar amount per trade. That's just what I want to do. And then based off stop losses, I want to lose X on every trade. So let's say, I click base on stop loss and I pick $30. That's telling the system on every trade, risk $30. So it will basically look at where it expects your entry to be, and then it will look at where the stop loss is going to go, because every trade in the AI has a stop loss, and it will calculate that size. So if it's 30 cents away between the trigger and the stop, the expected trigger and the stop, it will just say, okay, that's 30 cents away. Let's take 100 shares, and if we get stopped out, we'll risk $30. And then it's down to limiter market. So we'll hit, I like limit personally. Don't really mess with this last price thing too much. This is for people who want to get real fancy, so we'll avoid that for now. And then the limit offset. So this takes a little bit of explanation, but the limit offset essentially just says, how aggressive do I want my order to be? It is agnostic to long and short, doesn't care. Basically what it's saying is the more negative this number is, the more aggressive I want my order to be. So I have negative 5 cents in here, basically means whatever. So say the price comes through at $10, it's basically saying I'm willing to pay anywhere between 10 and 10.05, but that's it. So if by maybe the stock's moving really fast and you get a $10 alert, and then in the next tick it's up to 10.20 or 10.30, I'm saying don't chase that. So the more aggressive you'd want to be, the more negative you want this number. The more passive you want to be, the more positive this number. And by passive, I just mean maybe you want to set out an order below what the actual last price was, and you want to wait for the stock to come down to you. You can do that by putting in a positive order. And then the next is how long you want it to leave the order out there before you cancel it. So you could leave it out there, I have 5 minutes. Basically what this is saying is that I don't want to, say the alert was at 9:30 in the morning. I don't want to be triggered in at 3 in the afternoon, right? It's that trade synopsis is over and I dismissed it. So we kind of go from there. So that's about it. And then once you save that, that will be saved. You do the same thing for the short instructions. And there you go. And that's all you need to do. Now, each morning, you'll need to come in and reconnect. And then you'll have to turn these back on. And then away you go. Now, there's one more thing you can do where you can actually turn on re-entries, long and short, if you'd like. And a re-entry is basically if, say NGR here, say it triggered and it stopped out. It didn't this time, but it stopped out and hit the stop. And then it started to move back through the trigger again. You're basically saying, I'm going to give Holly a second shot on all of these trades, and it will calculate the risk and everything as well. And you just edit those by clicking edit long re-entry instructions, and away you go. And it's the same screen as the one before. You're just going to say, okay, what do I want to risk the same or more or less on the second go? And then after that, you're good to go. Now, right, you obviously, when you're done setting that up, you'll have to wait for the AI to trade again, and it may not be looking to do too much more today. It's most of the AI trading, a large majority of the AI trading is done in that first this first 2 hours, I'd say, is probably fair. First 2 hours of the day is when Holly does most of her trading, just when that's when most of the action occurs. Oh, GameStop's perking up here a bit. I've been watching that. So again, I hope that walkthrough worked. Let me know. I see the chat's kind of. Oh, I just refreshed and a couple things came back. So, do I need to enter my trading for each line? No. So you enter your trading instructions for long and then for short, and that's about it. Right, so once you do it for all of the longs, it's for all of the longs. When you do it for all of the shorts, it's for all of the shorts. So question, I'm new to Trade Ideas. Do you guys give swing alerts and recommendations? Beauty of Trade Ideas is we can scan for whatever you want, right? So that's our primary focus, is that we scan for kind of whatever you're after as a trader. Now, there are a couple cool channels. If you go to your channel bar here, one is actually called Swing Ideas somewhere. I think I missed it. They take it out? No. Come on. Swing Ideas right here. So here's a decent little channel for this as well. All right, so these are different strategies that are generally designed for swing traders. So the BTFD Pro is basically just looking for strong stocks that are pulling back. Squeeze 52 is stocks with a high short float, which is good in this kind of climate we're in, and is making 52-week highs. So it's going to show you strong stocks that are big short. This resistance cross alert is the same kind of thing. It's looking for a cross of daily resistance, which is saying it's happening right here, and decent short float on that one. And then the resistance cross is basically just looking at all stocks that are crossing what we consider daily resistance areas where we're going to go through here, right? And see that it's kind of snap hit here, and then it hit here back here, and it's kind of breaking through that now. So that's one. There's a handful of different windows that you can take a look at, right? The EVs are hot right now. This one's just showing you a bunch of EVs that are on fire. The blank check one where your SPACs are. So this is a channel that just talks about SPACs and all of these, which are super hot right now too. And then I would also say stay tuned, because we are going to be releasing a new channel, which is something that I've built using a kind of advanced background quantitative feature. I can't really jump the gun on it too much, but just stay tuned. There's some cool things that are coming in the near future when it comes to swing trading. But we already have that for you. And then again, whatever your written trading plan is, we can build a scan for that. That's what we do here. My B plus says connected when paper trading, but does not have the connection switch. Should it be there? It should. It should have this this little toggle on and off. If it doesn't, and it doesn't have this kind of connected bar right here, you may just be on an old version. So I would go to our website and go to the download tab. Let me just grab a quick link for you there. And then if you want to participate in the beta, that's the newest one. We always keep that under the production version, so you can go check that out if that's something that interests you, and say, hey, I want to play with that beta. But yeah, you should have a little simulated trading tab there. GME is squeezing here on the 30-minute. She's getting tight. So I took a put. I bought some puts back when GME was insane, up in 400 buckish area, and obviously did very, very well on them. And then now I've actually been looking to buy some calls to see if we're going to get an oversold bounce here. Obviously, very, like, basically I'm taking my profits from the puts and using that to purchase the calls. There's no be careful, I guess. Don't be crazy. This thing's nuts. Well, that Tilray move was great. I just saw that. Bought it right here, went right to target, and then that target was the top. What else do you ask for there? I missed that one entirely. So again, guys, the more questions, the better. I'm just watching the markets. I had this SLS going into today, and that was great. And then it kind of pulled. How did I decide when? Just when it was getting too crazy. With can't really describe it other than that, as it was on this day. Let's see if I can zoom in and kind of talk a little bit more about my thoughts here. Now I'll have, just to say I'm with the kids, right? I hope they do what they need to do. Um, but yeah, it was this. We had this one wild day, and then there was the day after that. So it had kind of came here and then it ran up. Let's actually go further in. Basically, I was looking at it anyway because it was overextended. Um, just anyway, right? Uh, and then when it had this gap up in this crazy day, and then it had this wild day here, and then the next day when it couldn't hold 400, I bought the puts pretty much right off the open here, and then covered yesterday kind of in this area. And now I'm looking to see, because we're putting in a bit of a floor here. So basically the play I'm looking for now is if we get over 100, it could get going. So what I'm going to do is, because I want to be on the right side of this story as well, because again, I'm with the guys. I'm going to purchase as we break, or if we break 100 there, I'm going to pick up some puts as well. That was my idea behind it. But again, just technical, right? I'm soon to be a chartered market technician. I've been doing this for years, so it's kind of on the fly technical analysis with these things. Obviously, trading these things like at a third to a fifth of the size that I would trade a normal stock. Yeah, so Mike, see, we actually talked about that, scraping data from Wall Street Bets and Reddit. The problem with that is that we're not technically allowed, basically. Um, we can, obviously, and there's NLP stuff that's doing that, but we like to have actual real relationships with data partners. Like for a while there, we were talking about doing it on Robinhood too, where we would pull sentiment data from Robinhood. But again, they just don't want to they don't want to, get into contracts and things like that, because last thing we want to do is have a data point and then have to take that data point away. But it is a good idea, and I do like the concept. Well, yeah. So I'm thinking if it hits over 100, I may, again, not financial advice, for entertainment purposes, blah 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 blah. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And again, it's only going to be, I'm going to spend what I made on the puts. I'm going to buy the calls with. So for example, let's say I made about 10,000 on the puts. I'll buy 10,000 worth of calls and just say if they go to zero, they go to zero. Like it's, you don't trade something like this with any amount of money that you're going to miss if it goes away, because there's nothing, the Wall Street's kind of shown its hand that that it's willing to play, like it's willing to fight, it's willing to play dirty. So just know that, again, if you are going to trade this thing, doesn't matter if it's only a day trade, which is usually the way we can get safe in trading. They'll halt this thing intraday. Sam saying the smart stop on GME is 49%, and that's the smart stop is a volatility driven stop. So I'm glad that it's showing such a ridiculous number to try to scare people. Because again, this is probably one of the craziest things I've seen. And I've been trading for 15 years now, and this has got to be in the top area. So when I say I'm trading this stuff, it's kind of more or less I'm having fun with this stuff. Like, real trades I'm in some VBIV at 350, right? I'm in some SLNS at 644, I think. Let me what was my price on that? Because I tweeted about it here. Yeah. So right here's the tweet thread for this. Like, this is more or less how I'll like to trade. Right, 630 is when the bot got in and doing well on that. So GME, it's more. Again, it's playing, right? You obviously are attempting to make money at it, but you're not doing it with any sort of size that you're going to be like super concerned with what happens, right? So yeah, I just have a bunch of alerts. One thing again I love about Trade Ideas is I can just kind of spam price alerts, right? And again, if you guys don't know, you can just right click on your chart. You can say create price alert, and then let me click on one. I'll do one here, create price alert, right? So I've got all these price alerts out so that if GME starts to break 100, things will go as well. Michael, I have CMT position lined up. I know it's a personal question. No, I'm just saying that I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about it, but there is a good chance I will be a CMT soon. Again, there's board meetings and stuff they have to do. For positions, I'm not leaving Trade Ideas, right? I love it here. I get to trade. I get to trade my own account like I was even before I started consulting with Trade Ideas. And, they pay me to talk to you guys and play with algorithms, which is what I like to do all day, any day. So no position, but yeah, having the CMT, it was, again, assuming they let me in, it was a wild road. It was a lot of studying, a lot of work. I do believe it's a great designation to have. Again, I'm not in the job market right now, so I don't know the benefits there, but I do like having it because I think it does add, it's the only designation in my mind that adds credibility to someone's ability to read charts and talk about charts and things like that. Again, it doesn't mean you need to have it to do those things, but it's just a good way to say, okay, well, at least, if I see something from a CMT just at a glance, I kind of know, away we go. And then Mike's follow-up. Since everything's going the way of the AI and robots, wouldn't it lessen the need for humans in the CMT area? So actually, Mike, one thing that the CMT is really focusing on, and I agree with, is on algorithm developments. Is they're very much focused on, there was a lot in my CMT course about building trading algorithms and neural nets and genetic algorithms and things like this. So they're pushing that way. To be honest, I will be shocked if a computer ever fully takes the position of a human when it comes to trading. And it's just my own personal opinion, but if the market could be just beaten by robots alone, I think it already would have been done. There's a certain amount of art that goes into technical analysis. And that's really where I've been over, say, the past 3 to 4 years, really kind of focusing on my own trading and saying, what's that line? And how do I best straddle it? Like, what's the line between discretionary trading and quantitative trading, and what's the where is the line, and where is it best to play with that line, if that makes any sense, right? You can already do that. So if you go to your executions tab, right, and you right click, sorry, I should read the question. The question was text to speech on Brokerage Plus. So if you go to your executions tab here, and then you right click on actions and play sound, you can go text to speech right here and go okay. So then whenever you enter a trade, it reads out the symbol, any execution. So a buy or a sell or whatever. So that's already built in there. So have at it. Don't really play with the feature too much myself, but hold on here. Go over to this thing. And all right. Sorry. There we go. All right, well, let's see what happens with GME. But yeah, so that text to speech is good to go. You're good to start playing with that whenever. Speaking of executions, this is what you're looking at right now is simulated. That other thing that I keep switching over to, that's my live account, but this simulated account, I'm just testing an algorithm that I have kind of come up with, and I like to use our sim as a good way to forward test, right? See what the fills actually look like and everything like this. This is the slowest day for this idea I've had in a long time. I restarted it with some new ideas here. But yeah, it's up, I think, I'm just checking my past data here, and it's up about 19 paper dollars for this week, 1900. And then today it's doing nothing. So, which is interesting. It's always a question that I get is, people think you switch from paper to live. And it's like as soon as you are a live trader, there's no need to do paper stuff anymore. But again, I've been in this game for 15 years, and here I am still using the paper trader. Because why would I risk my hard-earned dollars on a new trading strategy when I can go through in the market and just say, hey, it's let's paper trade it with fake money and see how it goes automatically for a couple weeks, and then go from there. All right, I'm going to mute that one. Let's not put, move that. Let's not do all claps of this is what's going to happen, because you're a trader. You have no idea what's going to happen. None of us do, right? That might hurt some people. Scans that I'm willing to share. Oh yeah, Sam, go ahead and email me. Again, my email is always under every single YouTube video I do on my YouTube channel there. Some of my awesome scans. See, that's the thing about scans. They're only kind of awesome to me. So what is it you're trying to do is the real question. A lot of my scans do have customs in them. I'm sorry, I'm still just going back and forth with them about this. The strategy's missing. I don't actually see any of Neos on there. GME's battling this 100. It broke for a brief second there. Sound the one I'm working on. Yeah, and that's the thing is I could give you a scan, but if it doesn't make sense to you, right? If it's not something that you're interested in, it's really, you have to go the other way around, right? You've got to go and say, this is what I'm looking for. Now let's find a scan to find it, as opposed to, I don't know what I'm looking for. Let me find a scan to tell me what I'm looking for. It's a recipe for sadness. All right, so I just pinged them and said that those strategies are missing. So I expect, knowing Rudy, that those will be updated at the end of the day. When performing a swing, how long can we short for? You can short for as long as you want, right? Just know that, know what the broker is going to charge you for overnight interest rates, and know that if the price goes against you so much that they'll end up kicking you out of your margin account. But as long as you're willing to pay the interest for the short, you can stay short as long as you want. As soon as you get the short, they can't take them away. It's just, again, just make sure you're okay, right? You pay the interest of being short each individual day. So just figure out what that is. All right, so they're getting ready to add those. So for whoever was missing those strategy descriptions, they're going to they should be up fairly soon. So I just gave him the descriptions for all the strategies there, and he's gonna take a look at them. So just refresh that at the end of the day, and there we go. Is it better to use a put longer term than shorting? Well, for a put, you're paying time decay, just like you're paying interest on the short, right? If you buy a put, then every day that goes by, you're losing money because of the time decay of that derivative. And the so you just need to know again what that is. The benefit of a put is that you when you buy it, you know the maximum amount that you're going to lose, but you need to know that again the theta decay is kind of happening. Mike N., what's the most time you have ever taken comprising a particular custom formula in regards to monitoring testing? Oh, I've had ones that go. The one that you're looking at right now that I'm playing with now, I've been doing this testing and revision and everything for 2 months. Maybe the longest, but may not. The one that's going to be the longest is the product, the swing trading product we're going to release to you guys soon. That took many months of long days and nights to take a look at those. But yeah, this one I've been working on. And by working on, I mean, I came up with the idea. I did some testing the best that I could. It's a bit of a weird discretionary kind of a thing, but I did as much testing as I could. And now I'm constantly forward testing until I either A, give up and say, hey, the forward testing is just not working, or B, it gets profitable enough that I'm willing to kind of risk my money off it. So it can take a while for sure. Mike, who do I contact to assist setting up? First, what I would do before contacting anyone is take a look at this link right here, Emmanuel. That this is our Trade Ideas University. Take that link, save it somewhere. There's 5 videos in there, but it kind of goes from 101 to 201 to 301 to 401. So watch 101 and then play with the product for a bit, and then watch 201 and play the product for a bit, 301 and 401 after that. So take a chance and go and watch those. They do a great job of explaining the whole product and how to get started. And then if you have any questions, we're here every day at noon. So just come on by and ask, hey, I was watching 101. I want to start this up, and everything's good to go. But all right, guys, Barry is giving me the hook. He's wanting to take the room back, so I'm going to take off, and I will see you guys next week. And again, noon every day, there'll be someone hanging out here for you.
So are you talking about in the simulator, Preston, or in your real account? If you're talking about your real account, it just won't fill. But if you're talking about in the simulator, no, because there are so many. The simulator is just using our real-time data. It's not tying into any broker. So again, what are you talking about? Are you talking about if you're using IB, or are you talking about in the simulator? Okay, so if you're No, the order just won't fill. It's that simple. It just won't fill. There won't be a pop-up or anything like that. But you'll notice. I mean, you won't get a fill. Trying to get a short and you don't get a fill. 9 times out of 10, it means that there are no shorts available at IB. All right, guys, I am going to do my video now. So let me just get my announcement in. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm looking at your question. RSI divergence spotted. I'm not a, yeah, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Walt, for maybe answering. Okay, just before I go, CPSH. Well, the only thing I can say, I think this was on my watch list before. Was this on my watch list? I thought it was for some reason. Well, I mean, it's not a battle to pop out of here. That's all I can say. You know, lots of volume. It's traded the float. There were no YouTube examples, no. Comparing simulated AI trading versus alert, no. There's nothing like that that I'm aware of. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now, so I'll be back. I say certainly no later than 1:25. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Give me a moment here. Just get a couple of windows up on my other monitors. Yeah, you should look that up, Abe. Do a Google search on something like that. But a lot of it has to do with what I use the term, anyways, naked shorting. Okay, it's a little bit controversial, shall we say? You can't do multiple take profits. Okay, not with an automated strategy. Well, look at this farm. I mean, the farm really had a nice move on it. Yeah, I mean, I know DraftKings is very active. I've never traded DraftKings, but I know it's very active. I mean, obviously, look, if it can take out this on the weekly, I mean, if it can get over here, I mean, this is an all-time high up here. I don't really know what else to say. I mean, sports betting, huge. Whether it moves in a big way from here, I have no idea. Yeah, I know, I know, but I mean, it's close to an all-time high, so sure. I mean, it could easily take that out. It's not that far away from it. Well, okay, but Nicole, I mean Nicole, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but I mean, if you do a manual trade, then you can get out of the trade at any point you want, various levels. Okay, so if it's not automated or anything like that, then you can take the trade, and of course, then you can get out of half your trade. You can go in here and pick the number of shares you want to get out at and the price. Okay, so if you're not automating, yeah, I mean that's just like any other brokerage account. You can pick how many shares you want to get out at and the price. Yeah, so what you can do, Mustafa, is something like this. I mean, let's just say, for instance, you wanted to follow, for whatever reason, the coffee and tea manufacturing sector. Okay. All right, so you click on alert. Notice I've got the similar window here. So when you find the sector, you have to click on a symbol. Let's take Zine. Okay, now I wish we could zero in a little bit more in the cannabis sector, but anyway. So pharmaceutical preparations manufacturing, okay, that is Zyne, Zyne. If you click on similar, like I've done here, I've done that here, okay, and what I did is I duplicated the window. So that's why I see it here. And then you can right click and then you pop it out. So now you have a top list window that is just zeroing in on the pharmaceutical manufacturing, so that when you change, that's going to, when you click on an alert, of course, now you're going into something else. Okay, but this, of course, is going to remain because you've popped it off from it. Okay, does that make sense? So have your single stock window, click on similar, duplicate the window. That's what I did here. So that's why I see this all the time. And then right click and pop it out. Pop out. And then once you're in a top list window, of course, then now you can create filters. Maybe you want a price range, a minimum volume. You can kind of customize it. Not kind of, you can customize it to how you want to see it. Okay? Don't forget to save it or incorporate it as part of your layout. That's what I think a lot of us do. you know, you'll want to maybe have a top list of the hot sector of the day, as an example. Now, you know, the pharmaceuticals seem to, you know, usually they're a hot sector every single day, but maybe you know, some other sector is hot and you want to follow it all day long. Haven't used that one for a long time, Alan. Well, let's see if there's a definition. I haven't used that in years. So let me just see and help. Hopefully this is going to tell you. If not, okay, so if you click on help, here is the example, and then the more options, if you click on that, that'll probably be the percentage. Okay, so click on the help and there's a detailed explanation of the false gap. Both of them, up or down, okay? So again, do a cert, like go to your alert window. So go to your alert window, configure search, type in false, and highlight it, and then click on help. Well, I thought this would maybe then I don't have an explanation. Yeah, so here it is. You had to click on help. Click on help, and it tells you. Okay? Because it talks about the 60% failed, so I guess you can determine the percentage. I have never used that filter, so okay. So when you click on help and then click on the where it says more options below, and it's clickable. The below is clickable, and now you'll get to this. I cannot add any more to that. Well, it's not so much. Well, okay, potential comeback. So, yeah, first of all, we want to see what Jeff is doing. So it's not so much the charts; it would be a scan. Now you can try this one. This is bouncers toppers shared. Okay, this is what I call my bouncers toppers shared. So what this is like, if you see it in orange, this is in theory looking for stocks that might have topped out and will start to come down. Okay, that is now if it were in blue, I mean this is back at 11.11, so I don't know what happened from there, but you can see this is what it's looking at. It's saying a pattern like this and then maybe a bounce. Okay, so you can have this one. This is one of the ones that I'm sharing. It's called Bouncers Toppers Shared. And it's one of the ones I'm sharing from my homepage. And you use the correct word, potential. Of course, just because you get the alert doesn't mean that they're going to bounce, and we don't know how much they're going to bounce, even if they do. But if you click on my homepage and click on the scans, list of my links for my scans right here, and bouncers, toppers, don't make a liar out of me. There you are, bouncers, toppers. Okay? The oranges are potential tops because I use orange and yellow and red as sort of shorting ideas, and blue and green are yes. So you're absolutely right. There's no way you had to have asked it, Nick. There's no way it would just do it on its own. Okay, you'd have to send in a log or something, but there's no way. Are you talking about auto trading? Because you would have had to turn the strategy on. There's no way the AI will take a trade unless you turned it on. Or on a short, I can't tell you that. You'd have to send in the log. They'd have to check to see what the software saw. I mean, it's impossible for me to answer. Okay, it's just impossible for me to answer that sort of. I mean, the only shorts in theory would be the ones that were labeled as shorts, and here are the longs. So why, if it would, again, it's hard for me to believe that if it were a long strategy, it would go short. But yeah, you'd have to send the log. Okay, so if you click on if you click on help and send files to support, they'll have to do it. Check on it for you. Okay, so help from the toolbar, click on help, and then send files to support. Okay. Nick, I can't help you. You can tell me that it was 1,000 shares. I'm not disputing the fact that it might have done it. It's impossible for me to know. I mean, I don't have an answer. Well, this is why it happened. Okay. Okay, so Darius, as far as a rule goes, now I am not a big indicator guy, okay, but Real in the Room turned us onto this, man, probably, I don't know how many years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. So this is what he does. And when I have a chance to really follow it, which is really never, what he uses and what a lot of us use is the 8 EMA. That's that orange line. That's a bad example. So the 8 EMA, which is maybe hard to see, but that's the orange line on all my charts. Doesn't matter, 2, 5, 15, and the 20 SMA. That's what we're using. So whether you want to call that a rule, that is the suggestion that most of the room uses, okay? And you can add that to your charts. So for instance, there's a little clearer right there. There's the 8 EMA, there's a 20 SMA. So again, the theory in all of this is that if you're looking for crosses of this, so let's just say this started to wind up. This 8 EMA started to curl up and the 20 SMA kept moving down. So the theory would be that if the 8 EMA crossed above the 20 SMA, that could present a possible long entry. And reverse, if the 8 EMA crossed below the 20 SMA, that could set up a potential short entry. For instance, you can see right here on the 15-minute chart, you can see that again, I don't know how easy it is for you guys to see this, but there's the orange line right there. In fact, maybe what I'll do is I'll just, get my little indicator. Except I don't want you that fat. Just a minute. All right, so right there, the 8 EMA crossed down below the rising 20 SMA. So that set up a potential short opportunity. Now, do they all work like this? Of course not, but that obviously was beautiful. Oops. So the max P&L today. Okay, now this is a carry. This is a carry forward trade. I'd rather look at the APHA. Okay, so the max P&L for APHA today, had I got out, from the point I got in at 1708 to the highest point when I was still in the trade, I would have made $119. And I'm glad you brought this up because I should talk about this a little bit more. I like these two columns, okay, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. The reason I like these is that This tells me, this gives me an idea about how good my exits are if I get out of a trade. Now again, this exited because I was just demonstrating how you can use a pullback and all that sort of stuff. But at one point when I was in this trade at 1708, I was up $119, okay? And then I allowed this to come back for a $63 loss. Obviously not a good exit. All right? So that is what the max P&L is showing. So, I mean, it's a good indicator when you do practice your trading. It shows you, well, how good are my exits? This one's a little more confusing because this is the max P&L today. Today's P&L, it's basically almost the same. This is the open P&L because this is a swing trade from yesterday. Okay, HOL in at 1476. Last is 1742, up $800. The other one that I like is the distance from the exit price. This is telling me, okay, where you exited, where is it? So in this particular case, this is 19 cents above where I exited. So, obviously, I mean, that's not terrible. This one, though, is telling me that where I exited, it's $1.74 below, which is obviously pretty good. That would be that'd be a good indicator. You'd like to see where you exit. You'd like to see a huge negative number because that means your exit was pretty good, as opposed to a huge positive number. It means you probably got out too quickly. I think it's pretty good feedback. Shows you how good your exits are. You're never going to get right to the penny. But this is why, practice trading. Practice trading. Uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. I can answer that question. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link right there, Barry's homepage, click on the link. And there is a promo code right there, Barry for Alpha 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So let's just take a look at how much it would cost. Now before you gag a little bit here, this is the big plan right here. This is the premium annual, okay? $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. You don't have to have an annual plan though. You can go month to month if that's what you want to do. Standard is $118, premium is $228, minus the 15% for the first month only. Okay, the promo is only on a monthly plan. It's only good for the first month. Okay. So the AI, what the AI does, it's automated. It automatically gives you these alerts all day long. Okay, you don't have to do anything. You load this window, and it'll populate as the day progresses. You have an entry time, you have a stop price, and then it's up to you to manage the trades. Okay, so you don't have to do anything. This is part of the premium service. You just wait for the alerts to happen, and you can see we've had some interesting ones. Tilray. 2737, 2598, but that is in essence what the AI does. Okay, you don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen, and then again, it's up to you to trade them if you want. Well, it's difficult because everybody I use the AI in a. If you're asking about an auto trading mode, I wouldn't say it's very good. Complete auto trading. We do have a graph that shows how we've done against a SPY, but to me, the best way to use this as a watch list. So, you have an entry, you don't have to get in right away, and then, you manage the trades. So that's why it's hard for me to say how good is it. People will use it in different ways. There's no right or wrong way to use it. So, well, if you're not going to auto trade, then use it as a watch list, and you trade it. You can trade around several times. Sometimes getting in and out of trades several times during the day. These are certainly active. I mean, I use it as a watch list. I don't take every trade. I sort of have a price range that I like to trade from it. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, these are automated strategies that happen. Some strategies, may catch a huge bottom and a lift. They're all different types of strategies here. So it's not like that. It all depends on the strategy. All right, so Nick, the only what happens is if you're auto trading the AI, I mean you have here edit. So you have the order, you have a limit offset, okay? So sometimes you can get right at the market. I mean, if you're lucky, but your limit offset is going to dictate how far outside the market you're going to get. You're going to take the trade. Okay, and if you don't understand this limit offset, then I really think you have to watch this video. I don't get into great details about this because it is very well explained in this video. All that is very well explained. More than just that, of course. But if you're serious about wanting to use the AI and Brokerage Plus and, maybe auto trading the entries, you really should understand what limit offset means. Okay? But that's in essence why sometimes it'll go outside the market. So, and Nick, the reason why sometimes it happens too is it depends how quickly, how fast the stock is moving. You can get you can get an alert. Oh no, am I missing another one? So you can get an alert, even if you were auto trading your own strategy. Let's just say you got an alert for EYPT at 1365. Okay, I'm just making this up as I go. You get an alert at 1365. Even if you were on auto trade mode and you wanted to auto trade this, excuse me, you may not be able. And if it's moving quickly, you won't be able to get it at 1365. It doesn't matter how fast the auto trade can execute. If the market is moving quickly, so that's where your limit offset comes in. You can tell your strategy. Okay, listen. I'm willing to go and. Only you can determine how far outside the alert you're willing to go, but that's what the limit offset will say. So let's just say you picked 5 cents. So that would mean that you get this alert at 1365, even if you're in auto trade mode. That means that you would take that trade up to 1370 if you put a 5-cent offset on it. Okay, you still may not get a fill because if it's moving like 10 cents in a nanosecond, you won't get a fill. Okay, and you just have to accept that. Okay, so that's why that can happen. I don't do any of this. Okay, I'm an old-fashioned trader, I guess. I don't auto trade. I don't set up strategies to auto trade. I'm more of a type of person that I like to click on an alert when I get an alert, check out the charts really, as quickly as I can. I'm not uptight about missing out on 3 or 4 cents because, I'm not in these things for 3 or 4 cents most of the time. Not ever. I mean, will I get out of a trade making only 3 or 4 cents? Yeah, if I don't like the way it's traded. But that's not the expectation. Grandpa Barry. Thank you, Real. The AI does not trade options, but and there are people, I think Shank, in the room said that, or Sparky, I can't remember, Shank or Sparky. Got to get my nicknames correct. But we have some option filters that might help you find stocks that you want to trade the options in. Okay. So we have some obvious ones: the put call ratio, the option volume today, put and call volume today. This one right there, this farm is just moving. The options volume today, what that means is that is taking the average number of contracts sold over the last 10 days. Okay, and here's your key filter right there. Option volume to 8%. Add the filter. So if I put 200% in here, that means that if a stock has traded on average 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock today, it will have to trade 4,000, 200% double. Okay, that is what I'm doing here. Oops. Sorry. This is, so I've got this one here. This is actually 500%. So everything I'm seeing in here is 5 times normal option activity. And no, I don't trade the options, but it may help you trade the options. Nick, you can't. Okay. I mean, if you're looking to set up, again, are you talking auto trading, Nick? Are you talking auto trading though? I'm assuming you are, because obviously when you get an alert, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube, our YouTube room. The question is, can I set the AI to avoid some stocks that I don't want to trade? Well, of course, when you get the alert, you know, if you don't want to trade it, you don't have to trade it. But I'm assuming you're talking auto trading. If you're talking auto trading, no, you can't. But again, I don't recommend auto trading. Yeah, so if you're talking auto trading, no, you can't. You can pick and choose the strategies that you want to turn on. You know, you don't have to turn them all on, but that's not going to, you know, now typically a GME is not going to show up, but there's no guarantee it wouldn't. Well, the price of it. Okay, the price of it. We don't get too many. I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't have shown up when it was in the $60 range, which would have been awesome on a long. But you know, but typically, you know, you don't see those sorts of things. But there's no guarantee. You see, Nick, this is what I would do. And you may disagree, but this is what I would do. You get an alert from the AI, instead of well, okay, but you can do this still. Instead of auto trading it, you get the alert from the AI, okay? Again, we shouldn't be in this for pennies. It shouldn't be, you know, if you don't get in at 25.98, if you got in at 26.02, it can't be the end of the world, okay? If it is, then I think, you know, not just you, but people are looking at it the wrong way. So you can then once Tilray is loaded in the chart, then you can choose to trade it like this. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. Okay? And this is one-click trading. So is it auto trading? Not exactly, but it's pretty darn close. You know, and that gives you a little glimpse also of what it's looking like on the chart. I mean, you know, the AI doesn't necessarily know. There could be the 200-day moving average could be close by. There could be a ton of resistance right on top. The market could be going down. So, you know, you can size this up pretty quickly. And then you say, yeah, I want to trade it. So the AI has generated the alert for you. And then you right click and pick how you want to trade it. You set these up ahead of time. That's what I would do, but it's up to you. And how you set that up? Yeah, if you know, again, if you're talking about the AI, then you don't have to turn the short strategies on. You know, you just turn these ones on if you want. Enable, so now they're all on, and then you're way to go, okay? You don't turn on the short strategies if you don't want to. And of course, you don't have to set up any short strategies if you're doing the one-click trading. You don't have to set up any of them. These are all set up by you. You know, you watch that video, it shows you exactly how you can set everything up. So, I mean, I think the one-click trading isn't a bad way to go. And the one-click trading, Nick, I mean, you can establish your stop. Once you pick the type of stop you want to use, and then that'll share size you, and you've got a stop in place. That takes the emotion out. Boy, this mankind has really had a day. I'm just hearing it text to voice. Just trying to see if I see any specific news about it. I don't see anything. Look at the volume that is coming into it also. It's not a low float. 218 million in the float. So that's a big move for that size of float. And let's see what it's doing here. So the next high, that's 405 there. 6.9. I mean, this could keep going, guys. I mean, this mankind is just severe rippage mode now. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is $6.96, almost $7. In the market, we're all positive now. Dow is positive, SPY is positive. Then let's take a look. Remember, guys, 4 days ago the world was crashing. 4 days ago, this is what was happening. 3 days ago, I guess, and that was it for the SPY. The market was sinking, going to zero, and now we're almost near an all-time high again. CPSH. Take a look at CPSH. Almost breaking the high of the day. Well, it's got a little ways to go. It's almost $1 away. I guess we have to define almost. Man. Me personally, I'm a 1 to 20 guy, Blaise, French, français. That's just my comfort range. No, Obviously, the 1 to 20 stocks. Now you get the Savas of the world, of course, which yesterday ran $30. Of course, I wasn't in it, but I mean, of course, but my comfort range is the 1 to 20, giving me usually the best possible percentage gains. That's what I'm all about. Now, I mentioned actually while I was doing the video, I noticed that Jeff popped into my JAF popped into my Momenta or my option scanner, and I said, I would like to take this trade, but it's got to take out 25. Look what it did last week. It got up to Sometimes you just don't get that pop up. I don't know why. So let me bring it back, JEF. So last week it got up to 2504. What did it get today? 2492. You can see, so I would never take this unless it broke 25. Even then, it doesn't have a ton of room, but it's got room to, 2633, which is not bad. That's the next high looking left on that weekly. So that's why, I would never take this trade unless it certainly took out last week's high. Because it's that close. Now, Dr. X, this is another situation. 288, I'm just looking left on these highs. Got a high of 303, so why don't I just stick an alert there? 303, it's not that far away. Takes that out, it might have a run. Meanwhile, Mankind is just... I don't know where Zion, what was the strategy? It was Holly Neal, but what was the actual strategy? It's probably a breakout of some sort. Yeah, I'll trade in the pre-market every now and then. I mean, I did, big trade, pre-market trade today, but I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I want to see things settle down a little bit. Again, I always say this, not that they're entirely settled down after 15 minutes, but I typically wait at least 15 minutes before I take a trade. But I will take some pre-market trades, and that's, a lot of it is maybe a little bit of feel. Was a pullback? Okay, so Zion was a pullback. So, okay, so I can see right there. So there's a pullback. So that's what it was looking for. Now, did it work? Yeah, modestly. I guess, 491. It got up to 513. It's just kind of hanging around the area. No, I can't really add anything more to it. It was looking for a pullback. And, that's why you got the alert. Can't really add much more to it. Yeah, no, I see it right there. 1033, yes. But you can see it's a pullback trade. So, that's exactly what it's looking for, a pullback. Now, do they all work? I mean, it would have been great if it pulled back and zoomed up, but, it's not dead, but it's, it's really not doing too much. Very tight. Let's just see what MJ is doing. I mean, all these things are tied to the sector. Now, this is a beautiful, beautiful pop daily chart now for MJ. This is the cannabis ETF. So, when you're in a trade like this, unless Zion had its own news, which I'm not sure it did. Yeah, and the whole sector got a real shot in the arm with GWPH being bought out by Jazz. Okay, so that is another reason for the big sector move, or the big sector move. Look at the premium they paid, 45% premium. And this is, this is one of the early cannabis plays. They do have other drugs in their pipeline, but but this was, sort of notably a cannabis play way back. As well as, of course, as ongoing issues about, introducing bills to legalize it in your country, more legalize it state or federally. So I mean, there's all that going on. Oh, okay. So the reentry happened after. Okay. Did that happen? Yes. Okay. So a reentry. Yeah. So I should talk a little bit about. I don't know if it worked. Yeah, actually, that worked out well. So should talk a little bit about this. You know, if a stock in the AI, if a stock actually hits the stop, there's a stop hit, or it touches the stop at any time during the day, and it comes back to what we call the reentry price. Oh, I'm sorry, that was 487. I thought it was 458. You'll notice what happens is that when we have an entry price and we have a stop. And you'll notice here this column is full. Nothing highly scientific. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop. That's why these numbers are generated automatically. You'll get something in the reentry time column if a stock hits a stop at any time during the day and comes back. Okay, to the reentry price. And then that might give you a second opportunity to trade the stock. Now I look here, 487. I mean, it hasn't really moved, has it? But we've seen many occasions where on that reentry, stock really moves well. So that's all that's telling you. But it's a great columns to have if you haven't added it. Okay, so that's how it is, Jean-Jacques. Okay, I mean. So just understand that the reentry price is automatically calculated because, of course, you know the entry and we know the stop halfway between. And then let me see here. So notice here, Sava did not actually get stopped out, but it hit the stop price at some point during the day. It didn't actually the reason it got out of the trade, it was not because it got stopped out. Okay, it actually got stopped out for a minor profit, from 66.50 to 67.90. But later on during the day, it actually hit the stop price. I'm sorry, this is a short. So so I was looking at the other way. But it hit the stop price at some point. And then, so it gave you a re-entry. So look at that re-entry. 68.17. I would say... Yeah, but that was I'm confusing myself here. I keep thinking this is a long. They should have been going long, Sava, not short. So in this particular case, obviously you wouldn't want to have taken it, but that's how it works. Did I explain it? Did I explain it so that you understand? If I didn't, I'll do it again. Now, again, are you talking about? If you're talking about auto trading, you can select the re-entries enabled. Concentrate mainly on the 5 and the 15. I have the 2 here for another reason, but again, because I'm a momentum trader, yes, I'm looking at the 5 and the 15, but immediately, because all these stocks are making new highs, when I see them, I'm immediately looking at the monthly, weekly, daily chart to see, okay, how much more room can this go if it wants to keep going without encountering chart resistance? So it's sort of, it's really looking at these charts also, though, for an entry. Okay, so I'll go over this again. So, Jean-Jacques, are you talking about auto trading or just in general how you can use the re-entry, even in a manual fashion? The reentry price is always there, okay, because it's automatically calculated. You know, when you get the alert, you have an entry price, obviously, you always have a stop. So it just takes, you know, on the logs, it's halfway between, you know, 25.98 and 27.05. The halfway between it is 28.40. Notice here in the reentry time column, though, nothing's there. That means it never at one point hit the stop, never hit that stop and came back to that price. If it had, you would have had a time in here. That's what happened in these three situations, though. It hit the stop price and it came back to that 80.25, and then you get an alert. Okay, in general, then that's perfect. So you can, you know, all you have to do is just make sure you have these columns, and you don't, and this will also, excuse me, you can put an audible alert, you know, in the actions and set up a play sound. So you'll, if this happened, you would also get an alert, an audible alert for it. Okay, so you can, and I believe it'll actually flash at you too. Okay, it'll change colors, I believe. So there'll be some days in which, you know, the stock, maybe some it will hit the stop, but will never come back to that reentry. So there'll be some days where there'll be nothing. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, you know what? I look. I'll be honest. I would not look at that profit target at all. Okay. I mean, listen. Profit target is. You have to understand that these strategies here, these AI strategies, okay, they have, most of them have some kind of a profit target, but some of them are very artificial. It could be like $1, $1.50, $2, something like that. My idea is this: is that why would you get out of a trade that's still working just because it hits a profit target? Okay? So, and even if you notice, now these are all fairly late. Okay, so these are fairly late. You know, there are some strategies that have time stops, you know, hold periods of say 45 minutes or 60 minutes. If you were in a trade and it was still working, and just because the strategy has been optimized around a certain hold, why would you get out of the trade? I'd be looking at each individual alert from within the strategy on its own, if that makes sense. If it's still working, why would you get out? Okay, does that make sense, Jean-Jacques? Okay, scan stocks that have been up for the last 4 to 8 days. Okay, well, I mean, you can do a couple of things. I mean, we have a consecutive day scan. You know, it's up to you how many days you want. But I mean, here's a consecutive day scan that you can use. So if you said add the filter, it has to be up minimum of 5 days, as an example. You can, you know, then surround it with other filters, you know, price range, volume, and all that. But at least this will show you stocks that have been up. Again, it's up to you. You can go 4 min, max 8, and just see what sort of things you're getting. No, I can't really. I mean, no other. I mean, it's up to you for your price range. You know, your relative volume, minimum volume. You just have to play around with it. There are no right or wrong, you know, filters to use. I mean, I would, you know, for me personally, I probably always want to have a minimum volume of, you know, 300,000-400,000. Maybe a relative volume of 2, just to make sure that they're, you know, you've got some abnormality. And then, because these will be consecutive days, not counting today, then what you might want to use as an alert a new low for the day or something. Just as an alert, a new low. So you've got consecutive days up, and then you've got a new low for the day. That might, you'll just have to see what sort of alerts you get. I have nothing. I don't trade like that, so I don't have anything that I can just give you, hand you, and say, yes, try this. It just doesn't, Robert. It just doesn't do that. I mean, that's something that maybe they can look at down the line, but it just doesn't do that. And sometimes we're shortchanging ourselves because that re-entry course is always lower than the entry, and the stock could really zoom ahead, but it just doesn't do it. No. Boy, the backtester. I haven't used the backtester for so long. I don't think so, but let me just try something. It's going to be very, very slow. All right, I guess we do. So you can have trailing stops, percent anyway. I am not, you know what? If you really want to know more about backtesting, I would suggest that because I don't backtest anymore. I used to backtest, a while ago, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. I haven't backtested in so long, because why am I going to do that? I mean, the AI does it for me if I want to see automated strategies. But I do understand that some of you want to do your own. But okay, and go to the home page and just start a chat and ask that question: can you use stops and profit targets? I don't think. Let me just see here. Oh yes, 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 yes. You can. Of course you can. Of course you can. Back test. Let me just. Yeah, so here, I'm sorry. So yes, you can have a profit target, you have a stop. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. I'm sorry. I was thinking more of so yes, you can. Okay? Yeah, just click on the risk management. See, that'd be another question then, Robert. In terms of the slippage, the auto trade, I guess you're talking, is it way outside then? That'll have to be another question for maybe Michael. Were you around between 12 and 1? Ah, too bad, because Michael's our expert on all this. He may have, I don't know what he can tell you, but again, go to the home page and ask that question. I know Michael is there, so he might be able to give you a quick answer. So again, are you talking about when you, again, you've watched the video, have you not watched the video? So does this not do it? And here's your slippage. I mean, well, this is your offset, your limit offset. Okay, I mean, this is going to tell you how much, okay, well, I mean, it's up to you what you use, of course. There's no such thing as a correct. I mean, let's face it, depends on the price of the stock. Well, it depends on the price of the stock. And also, if a stock is really fast moving, you won't get a fill. Maybe if you're, I mean, I would try 5 cents to see what happens. I mean, obviously you probably have, and maybe you're not getting fills. If you're finding you're just not getting fills, then you might have to up the offset. You know, I mean, there's no such thing as a correct number to use. A lot of it will depend on the. Obviously, if you're trading Apple with a 5 cent offset, you'll never get a fill, right? You know, but if you're trading, a $2 stock, you would hope to get a fill within a nickel. But again, there's no guarantee, is there? All right, so Allegra, do trades have commission? Well, it depends what broker you're using. It depends on your broker. Now, we don't charge commission. We're not a broker, but it depends on the broker you're using. If you're using this, Interactive Brokers does charge half a cent a commission. But that's nothing to do with us. That's what, that's them. A lot of questions today. It's making the time fly by. The other thing to do, Robert, I mean, I don't know if you're using your live account. You can always practice all this in the simulator. I mean, that's what I'd be doing. Delete. For all of you who want to practice and want to auto trade, and you want to auto trade the AI, and you want to auto trade your own strategies, practice first. I mean, we got a simulator here. You don't have to go live. See how it works for you. I mean, that's the whole idea of the simulator. Okay, now everybody's coming out of the woodwork. Okay, on that note, what time is it? 2:14. All right, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to feed my cat here just a second. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, just a minute, Mustafa. I will answer your question in just a second if I can understand it. I have to see if I can understand it first. But just give me a moment here. Okay, so when you say do charts choose stocks randomly? If I have three so you're talking about top list windows, right? Is there a way to keep it on a certain window? Okay, I don't quite understand what you mean. So a top list, so you're talking about a top list window. So here's a top list window. So what do you mean by is there a way to keep it on a certain window? Are you talking about keeping a chart on a certain stock? Okay, guys, Kodak. Here we go. Here goes Kodak. KODK. Was halted and now it's resumed. Well, Dan's gonna have fun with this one. He's been talking about Kodak for a long time, and he's of course in the Q&A today. All right, I'll have to wait for Mustafa to get back to me. Okay, so I think I understand. Are you talking about if you had this, that you only want to see? Yeah, there's no way to tie a chart to a specific window if that's what you mean. There's no way to tie it to a specific window. You only have two options with our charts, okay? I think I understand what you mean now. If we had some kind of color coding between windows and charts, you might be able to do that, but no. There are only two options with our charts. You either have it symbol linked, which I do here. That's why when I click on a symbol, all these time frames change because properties, symbol linking, I have checked symbol linking, and my SPY chart does not change because it's unchecked. So there are only two options with the charts. Mankind, just boy, this has got room now, guys. I mean, look, this has got room. 710. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but ARTL, okay, ARTL. Let's take a look at ARTL, and we see something that is traded. Well, I really don't like seeing candles like that. I mean, it got up to 174 and it closed 50 cents lower. So there was a lot of selling pressure. So right now at this point, I have no idea. I mean, it did not hold anywhere close to its gains yesterday. I don't know if there was specific news on it, but whatever. I mean, it just sold right off. I mean, yes, it did finish above, probably a decent percentage above its previous day's close, but that's a big sell-off, and really there's no action today. Yeah, but there's just no action today, so it may be in rest mode. I don't know. You know, there are a lot of, you can see all these topping tails on the weekly and the monthly chart. You know, these are all the enthusiasm and then knockdown, enthusiasm, knockdown, it's just not a great look. Yeah, Luke, there probably, yeah, there aren't any instructions, so I'm going to show you how to do it. It's not intuitive. So left click on the chart. Okay, left click on the chart, and that just so the system knows what chart you're on. And then control key down on your, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Okay, and then with your mouse wheel, just scroll in and out. Okay, so left click the chart, control key, press down, and then yeah, in and out. Simple when you know. Mount Everest if you don't. Fun's been active. I don't know what active today, but it has had some activity. Yeah, same sort of thing, you know. I mean, it had a big pop here. You look at this sort of nonsense. I mean, you had a pop and then a gap down, then another pop and another gap down. It's hard to, it's just one of those stocks. You know, I don't know how to even size it up. I mean, yeah, looking at it on the monthly chart. I mean, we remember these days. Now, this did not hit $550. This is split adjusted. Okay, we remember these days. This is back in 2019. So this is a split adjusted price. Yeah, I mean, it depends what you're looking for. I mean, yes, it's getting some action, yes, but I mean, it's an awful looking 15-minute chart. Anytime I see topping tails and bottoming tails all over the place, I mean, it's just chopping up and down, up and down. Now, maybe now it's going to, but I mean, there's a red candle right now. So, to me, it's just something I just don't want to look at, but I'm not trying to dissuade you. Okay, guys, look at I know is coming back. I know it's coming back. Look at this. Nice break on the 15s. It's got hit hard. I believe it kind of got hit, and it's just above now the 200-day moving average. I think it got hit hard. I think a little bit in relation to the XRT. I just had a little fun with I know. All right, guys, it is 2:27. So again, this is my long day. No, Grumpy, I'm not going to shut the room down right now. But this is my long day. Again, I'm back at 5 o'clock in the webinar with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. Yeah, look at the wow, look at the volume it just came into OTLK. Look at the volume. Wow. 3 million shares. Look at the volume coming into it, guys. Now this has had a to say the least an interesting few days, and it's getting up to that high right there, 159, but there is some big volume coming in. And MNKD just continues to surge. Is that the news? We are partnering with Microsoft vPress and Print Viz One on the on the first all-in-one business software portfolio. That's the Kodak news. Okay, Ibrahim. If I can answer, I will do my best. Today is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, the co-founders of Trade Ideas. Okay, so my answer your question, how to measure the change from the lowest 52 week. Okay, so we have a position in year. Okay, we have a position in year. It's the Q&A webinar. Q&A webinar. That's what it's called, the Q&A webinar. So we have the position in year range. Okay, which is I want to say that's that's 52 weeks. Okay, so you can use the position in year range, add the filter. So now, are you looking for a specific price? If you're looking for a specific price, it would require a specific price difference. It would require a custom formula. Oh, of course I really use that. That's my whole trading philosophy. Okay, so do you know? Okay, Abraham, do you know how to write a custom formula? So that's my whole trading philosophy is looking, where the resistance is on a daily, weekly, monthly chart. So that's my opinion. So are you looking for, do you know how to write I'm sorry guys, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Do you know how to write a custom formula? Okay. Well, it's, so are you looking for, say, let's just say the 52 week low was $1 and now the price is $4. So you would want to see stocks which are $3 above or you want to see the difference between those two prices? Is that what you want? Okay. Okay, well, I can show you the formula, but you're going to have to do it yourself. But first of all, I'm going to give you a link. And it's going to show you how to create. Okay, this might come in stages, okay, Ibrahim, because it's hard for me to post everything in the YouTube link. So this is going to come in stages to create a custom formula. And then this is the second part of it. You see, yeah, doggone it. Yeah, I'm going to have to do it in 3 stages. So if you can copy and paste what I just did, so if you can see my screen, you know, the create custom formula, you want to this, and this. This is going to show you how you create it. Here are the data points. And you know, how you create it is going to be up to you. But here are the data points that you can use. Yeah, we have limited data points, okay? I'm going to give you a link. Give me a moment here, which shows you the data points that you can use. And on pages 5 and 6 are a lot of the data points. Of that, okay? And I don't know why this is happening. But price is the current price. Price is the current price. If you go, you know, you click on that link, and then 52 week, what do we have? 52 high, low underscore 52 week is the data point for the low in over the last 52 weeks. Okay, so combine those, you know, price minus low underscore 52 weeks, and then, you know, use some more math to create the percentage out of it. Okay. I know. Told you I was having fun with I know. Complete chase mode. Well, you can close all the windows at once. You can close all the windows, and then you can show all the windows, if that's what you mean. If you go to our toolbar. If that's what you mean. You know, this farm has been sneaky good. 648, now 688. Okay, so when you say follow along, I mean, I'm using the app. So I'm talking to Joshua. So I'm using the app, the PC-based version. I mean, when you say follow along, I mean, what I'm showing here, what you can do in the web-based version is almost the same as the app, except, big difference. You don't have this Brokerage Plus window. You cannot you cannot do any simulated trades. I mean, if you have the opportunity to use the app instead of the web-based version, by all means do so because the app is more powerful. If you're using the web-based version because you have a Mac or something, I mean, there are some options. I mean, yes, you can use the web-based versions. You can use an emulation program like Parallels. You can use AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that. It's better if you can use the app. So, so when you say can you follow along with the web-based version, I mean, what I'm demonstrating here has no bearing really on whether or not you have the web or using the app. I mean, everything you see here can be created in the web-based version, if that answers your question. Now, we do not have a mobile app. I mean, obviously you can use our web-based version. I think it would be horrible looking on a phone, though, on your browser. But look at the volume that came in. I know also. No, this is still super weak. I thought maybe this would rally a little bit, with INO. Don't know what you mean exactly, DeFox, DA Fox. We don't use, no. This data stream is our data stream. It's nothing to do with IB. All the alerts here. This is all our data stream. If you're using this Brokerage Plus window to trade using Interactive Brokers, of course, then you're using IBs. But otherwise, this is all our own data stream. Yeah, if you're looking to buying one, yes, I would definitely do it. Joshua, yes, I would definitely do it. I mean, listen, if you don't care about this window that we call Brokerage Plus and simulated trading, then it really doesn't matter. Because if you're just using one monitor, I have 3 monitors, okay? And one of the things that you can do, and this is general information for everybody. If you have more than one monitor like I do, so, this is what you do. You take your toolbar and put it in your upper left hand corner of what you will designate as your main monitor. This is my main monitor. This is the monitor that I share the screen sharing with you guys. Okay, I put all my windows, Trade Ideas windows, exactly where I want them. I have Trade Ideas windows on other monitors. I put them exactly where I want them. Once I have them all set up, then I go to Tools, from the toolbar, Tools, Options, and where it says Layouts, I click on Layouts and I check Open relative to main window. Save. Now, when you exit Trade Ideas, save your work, save everything, of course. When you exit Trade Ideas and then come back, all of your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? Now, with the web-based version, you can't do that. You know, if you have multiple monitors with the web-based version, you can't take a window, a scan, and move it. Okay, so that's a limitation. But if you only have one monitor, if you're just using one monitor and you don't care about simulation trading or anything, then you know the web-based version's fine. It's up to you. Yeah, I don't use the IB charts at all, so I couldn't tell you that. Well, I'm up there with you. I mean, I used to have Quest Trade. I didn't mind it. I mean, but I found it crashed a lot more than certainly Interactive Brokers was. It's not crashed on me in 4 years. But the main reason I switched though was because you know Interactive Brokers just had a reputation for having a lot more shorts. Huge is huge, and this is actually from my option scan too. Well, Abraham, it depends how extensive you want your charts to be. I mean, we have charts, okay, but you know, we don't purport to be a charting program. So we have limited number of indicators and things like that you can place. I mean, we have indicators. You know, here are some of the indicators that we have, but we're not like a full-blown charting package. So, but I use the Trade Ideas charts. You know, they're fine for me. I mean, this is part of the package, so you don't have to go outside. Or you could use your broker's charts if you want. Man, is Ino going to take out 15? What time is it? 2:45? It shouldn't be much of a difference. I don't think there'd be a huge difference. There shouldn't be. I mean, you know, we have a data provider. I don't know who they provides data to Interactive Brokers, but there shouldn't be. No. I mean, I consider our real-time data. They've got real-time data. Oh, you're asking me for advice on something I have no idea about. RCEY. Okay, so and Moon. Yeah. Well, so it's no. This is Rolls Royce. Okay. So I mean, you obviously don't have a stop. When a stop. When we hear something like "I'm stuck in it," I'm assuming you just don't have a stop. So I really don't. I can't. I can't help you. I mean, this is all-time low now. And if you're asking me if I have no idea if changes are going to come in the future. I know nothing about. I know nothing about them. I mean, obviously I know Rolls Royce, but no nothing. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Yeah, just like Sava did, JB. Sava, a huge move from the original idea. Yes. What are the IB charts? I don't use the IB charts, but so I can't. I think a lot of people think they're archaic, but I just don't use them. So I think I just don't get too hung up on how as long as I can read And it gives me the information a lot, and it has some candles on it. That's all I care about, really. Yeah, so I mean, the question is, do I see any? I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. You know what's on the books for Rolls Royce. I have no idea. It's not a watch list. You know, these are alert windows, so I'm not using a watch. I mean, this is a watch list. You know, my personal watch list here, but these are alert windows, so it's not. So I mean, I'm always the basic new highs and lows, always giving us some interesting. And again, you know, at the beginning of the day, we may not get any in my options, unusual high option volume, but you know, today we did. You know, the Stella was excellent for this move right there. You know, from 12:15 up to 14. No, I'm sorry, it was here 12:15 up to 13:21. But I don't really have a favorite. You know, my momentum up is always giving good looks at the very beginning of the day. Yeah, okay, so just have to right click and uncheck text headers. See? So right click on the alert window and go to properties and text headers must be checked. So you can either do that or have the icon. I have zero problems with IB. Zero. Guys, these platforms are commodities, you know. So all I look for, does it execute, you know, fairly quickly? Are there shorts available? Does it crash? You know, those are the those are the important things to me. I can check with IB, and that's it. I don't really care about anything else. But that's me. I know some people get really hung up on all the extra bells and whistles, and that's fine. All right, guys. So we're getting close to the end. Again, this is my long day. So all I want to do, I see the CPSH just made another new high. CPSH. It's an all-time high now for CPSH. So I'll just do a very, very quick run through. Again, my home page. All right, so clicking on my home page, lots of information. Here's how you can take out a subscription if you want. There's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha15, 15% off. And get trade ideas, okay? The trade of the week, you sign up for it right here. Delivered every Monday morning about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens. I've already done my recap. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, all the scans. And lots of education links right here, including the 20 lessons, the daily support sessions that happen in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Well, of course, you're in the room, free trading room. Daily webinars. So this is, again, you can sign up for them all right here. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. So today's webinar, that's the Q&A. This is the one that I help out on with Dan and Brad, and that's at 5 o'clock Eastern. And educational videos and trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information from my homepage. Todd, no, the relative. Now, when you say the relative volume scanner, what scanner are you talking about? The filters. I mean, the percent of float filter is still there, and one of our biggest filters is the relative volume. So I don't know what scanner you're talking about though when you say scanner. So I can say, when you ask, has this filter been deleted? No. I mean, there's relative volume right there, and here is actually short. Here's our float, and here's our short float percent right there. If you can see my screen in the single stock window. So those filters are absolutely not deleted. As far as the scanner is concerned, I don't know. I don't know what scanner you're talking about. When you say this is my scanner, are you popping a link in or something? Or like we don't delete scanners. So I'm not sure. I still don't really know what you mean when you say this is my scanner. We don't. The filters have not been deleted. The relative volume filter, I mean, never, ever, ever, ever will we delete that. That is our proprietary filter. Okay, now I'm reading your question. So, reviewing a trade idea's relative volume scanner and the filter percent of float does not seem to be listed anymore. Okay, well, it's still. I mean, I can't answer the question exactly, other than, we still have our short float percent. Well, we still have it. Maybe if it's not there, maybe did you accidentally delete it or something? Because we still have it. Here it is. Okay, here's our short float percent, so it's still there. So you're talking about in your scanner. So why don't you right click on your scanner, right click, configure, and then do a search and type in float, and you'll absolutely see the short float percent. So maybe you just have to add it back in. Certainly we have not deleted it. Okay? No, no. What do you mean by a long-term investment? I'm more of a intraday trader with the odd swing thrown in, so I don't have anything. What is a long-term investment in your mind? Like in terms of duration. Anyway, I think the answer is no. Well, I mean, you can check these. You know, I think we have a channel. You can try. I thought we had one called growth stocks or something like that. I thought we had something called growth stocks. Maybe. Yeah, account builder is, you can try account builder, but I think those are more smaller stocks that are fundamentals. You know, you have a fundamental. You know, they're based more on fundamentals that might give you more potential for growth and stuff. Okay, so that's from the channel bar. You can check it out. No, I personally don't have one. No, personally no. But you can check out the fundamentals. Okay, this one right there, and check to see what sort of the other thing you can do is this. You see, we have a stock the stock composite rating. Our stock composite rating takes into account technicals and fundamentals. So if, for instance, now after having said I don't have one, I mean I can give you something that is really simple. Okay, so these are stocks that have now, you'll have to take a look at each on its own, but these are all stocks that have high scores. This in theory means that the good fundamentals, strong technicals. Well, strong, high. So 100 is the highest. All right, and I think I've put my filter in at 90. Okay, so these are going to be in theory pretty strong stocks. So I can give you this. Now, could there be some dogs that you might think on here? There could be. Okay. All I can do is what the software is telling me, though. So I can give you this, and you can kind of take a look and see what sort of companies are coming up. Okay. All right, guys. It is now 3:01. Are there any other questions? All right. Well, thanks a lot for all the help. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll do this again. Are you kidding? One last. What about Lex? What does this say? Is this an IPO or a name change? Anyway, I mean, what can I say? All-time high. It's Canadian stock. Yay, Canada. Where are you out of? Kelowna? Oh, not too far. Watch list tomorrow is still the same. Well, it's always the same. I haven't changed the name of the watch list for a long time. All right, guys. So we'll see some of you. Oh, you're welcome, everybody. You will see some of you maybe in the webinar. And if not, again, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time.